Chapter 888. The gorgeous golden hollowed-out sculpture was inlaid with dozens of rubies, sapphires, and pearls of various sizes. The design was like the top of a tower, giving people a sense of solemnity, and nobility at first glance. Francis could not find any words to describe his love for the crown. His hands trembled slightly as he held the dazzling crown in his palms. Then he raised it high and shouted in front of countless people, "In the name of the gods, I officially announce that I am crowned king here. Rejoice, my subjects! The Lincoln city that once dominated the entire Southern Sea region is now a thing of the past, and I will lead you to a future full of wealth, glory, and glory." As soon as he finished speaking, Eunice, who was kneeling on the ground, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile. Then she suddenly rushed forward with lightning speed, snatched the crown, and used all her strength to fiercely smash the pirate king's bald head. Bang! With a muffled sound, this crown finally revealed its ferocious, true appearance. The protruding parts of the originally gorgeous hollowed-out sculpture were all bent under the power of magic, forming hair-raising barbs that pierced straight into Francis's fragile scalp and hooked tightly onto his muscles and nervous tissue. Unless all the flesh above the brow bone was cut off, it was impossible to remove it. Under the intense pain, he could not help but let out a scream. Ah! The pirates, who were still immersed in their sweet dreams a second ago, were stunned. They could not believe that the pirate king was actually attacked inhumanely in his own territory. Just at the moment when everyone had not reacted, Eunice quickly removed her disguise and revealed her true appearance. She raised the magic longsword shining with red light and laughed loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha! Don't you want to be king? I'll fulfill your wish now. You must know that this sword loves to drink the blood of kings." After saying that, she raised the sword in her hand and chopped off Francis's head with the crown. Shock! The pirates were completely angered by Eunice's crazy actions to the point of trembling. Although many pirate kings had died an unnatural death, it was the first time they were beheaded in front of countless eyes like today. This was blatant mockery and contempt. Every pirate felt their faces burning, especially Francis' son. His eyes were about to spit fire. However, Eunice obviously didn't care about this. After killing Francis, she swaggered and picked up the bloody head on the ground. With a playful look, she mocked, "Hee hee, so this is your king? An idiot with a head full of fantasies. To this, I only want to say, what right do you bunch of trash have to live in this world? Let me send all of you to hell." After saying that, she threw her head towards the street behind her. Her entire body was like an arrow released from a bow. Not only did she not turn around to escape, but she also rushed in the direction of the pirates. In just a few seconds, a rain of blood fell from the sky. At least 3 unlucky fellows had their heads chopped off, and 2 more had their throats slit and fell to the ground with a plop, becoming lifeless corpses. From the remaining fear in their eyes, it could be seen that they were unable to react at all before they died. They could only watch helplessly as death approached them. "Damn it! Quick! Retreat quickly! Francis was dead. Our mission has been completed." No one knew who shouted in the crowd, but all the extras instantly came to their senses. With a whoosh, they disappeared from the streets like a receding tide. After all, they were unarmed and didn't want to have a direct confrontation with the ferocious pirates. As soon as these people retreated, they heard a deafening explosion. Boom! A cannon hidden in a high place finally couldn't hold back and shot out a large number of sparks and fatal grape-shot bullets. Under the impact of the gunpowder, the metal balls that broke through the restraint of the bullets scattered in all directions. It was like a shotgun that had been magnified dozens or even hundreds of times. At least 6 or 7 people were killed in an instant. The same number of injured people fell to the ground, screaming and groaning in pain. Ah, monster! Monster! A very young pirate was obviously frightened by the tragic scene around him. He screamed and turned around to escape. In his eyes, the weapon that had let out a loud explosion was simply too terrifying. Before he could react, countless of his companions had fallen to the ground and died. However, before he could run far, a musketeer that had been lying in ambush on the roof suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! Accompanied by the crisp sound of a gunshot, this unlucky fellow fell to the ground. His back had been hit by a lead bullet, creating a very large horn-shaped cavity. Although it looked fine on the surface, his heart had been completely shattered. After twitching for a few seconds, he breathed his last. The other cannoneers, musketeers, archers, and crossbowmen lurking in the surroundings were not to be outdone. They crawled out of their hiding places and launched a fierce attack on the pirates near the pier. In an instant, the sound of cannons, gunshots, shouts, and screams could be heard incessantly. In less than 10 minutes, the number of enemies began to rapidly decrease. Mutilated corpses quickly piled up on the streets, and black-red blood flowed slowly down the slope into the sea, dyeing the seawater red. Sitting in the wizard tower, Andre sighed slightly and pointed at the image transmitted back from the magic mirror. Sigh, it seems that I have overestimated these pirates. They are not as brave and valiant as I thought. Without the protection of the ship and the sea, they are as lame as ducks on land. They are just a group of lowly pirates. How good can you expect them to perform? If it weren't for the support of the Wizard Tower and Gerald, the power of the Association of Mages alone would have been enough to destroy this motley crew, Boris sneered sarcastically while fiddling with the brains soaked in the solution. Ever since he discovered the wonderful function of the corpus callosum, he had developed a strong interest in the structure of the brain. He had been trying to figure out how thoughts and consciousness were produced. Andre smiled and shook his head. No, Master, you have to admit that the pirates entrenched in the Sardinia Islands are still somewhat useful, at least in terms of destruction and plunder. Very few people can be compared to them. Destruction and plunder. Boris seemed to have noticed something. He put down the brain in his hand, turned around, and stared at Andre with bright eyes. After a full minute, he asked, "You're not planning something bad again, are you?" "Don't worry. I just want to end this boring game and make those who have offended me pay a heavy price at the same time. You haven't forgotten my identity, have you? The Flaming Duke wants to use destruction and death to please Aesop Desser, and I happen to have a good target." As he said this, a dark blue flame suddenly burst out from Andre's palm. It looked so beautiful and charming. Chapter 889. As the president of Linton City's Mage Association, Boris's political sensitivity was naturally not low. After thinking for less than half a minute, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Oh, heavens! You're really crazy. You're actually planning to destroy Bakarov City? Ha 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 ha. Why not? This is a world where the strong preys on the weak. Anyone who makes a choice has to bear the consequences. Moreover, if you want to build the Sardinia Islands, you can't do it without a sufficient population. After all, it's not easy to find a target that can legitimately take revenge and plunder resources." Andre laughed as he spoke of the idea that he had been planning for a long time, not hiding his malice towards Bakarov City. In fact, he wanted to completely destroy Bakarov City, not just to take revenge on them for surrounding the Eye of Arcane. There were many other complicated factors involved. For example, as the chosen of the Fire Elemental Prince, Aesop Desser, he had to burn to death at least 5,000 intelligent life forms within a year or turn a city into ashes. Otherwise, the other party would withdraw the power of the Flames of Wrath. Bakarov City clearly had a very close relationship with Loretta. As the saying went, the friend of an enemy was an enemy. Andrei would not hesitate to execute any method that could weaken the enemy. Moreover, he had previously received a large-scale mission, the trade war. Even if it was for the generous rewards, he could not easily let go of a target that could be defeated without much effort. It could be said that the entanglement of many interests ultimately led to Andrei's determination to destroy this bustling port that had stood in the southern seas for hundreds of years. He would use the wealth and population he plundered to speed up the rise of the Sardinia Islands and the trade union. In any case, the Flaming Duke was originally a symbol of burning and destruction. He wanted to use this method to announce to the world that Aesop Desser's chosen had returned. After all, war was never child's play. Since they had chosen to join in, they had to be prepared to die. Andrei would never show any mercy to his enemies. Be it nobles or civilians, there was no difference at all. They were all part of the war. Before ensuring that his enemies had lost all their potential, he would not show any mercy. Boris sighed slightly and said softly, "Yes, this is a world where the strong preys on the weak. Everyone has to be responsible for themselves. Although I don't agree with you using such a violent method to take revenge, I don't agree with you. But as the Flaming Duke, you do indeed have an excuse to destroy Bakarov City. Even the churches of the gods have nothing to say. But remember, don't take the initiative to provoke the temple. Believe me, it doesn't feel good to be hated by a god, even if it is the weakest god." Andrei nodded in agreement. "Thank you for your reminder. Rest assured, even an idiot like me knows what it means to attack a temple. Although the gods can't casually send down saints and incarnations like before, they still hold unimaginable power. I don't want to cause trouble for myself. It's best that you understand this. Hurry up and end this farce. You are still so young. You shouldn't limit yourself to one place for the sake of power. Go out more, take a look, and enrich your knowledge and experience. It will be very beneficial for your growth." After saying that, President Boris raised his head and glanced at the left eye with the eye patch before turning to leave the central control room. Watching the old man's back disappear outside the door, Andrei subconsciously touched the eye patch and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, as expected of an archmage. He can actually detect the energy ring emitted by the arcane eye. Looks like I'll have to be more careful. While the two were talking in the Wizard Tower, the bloody battle at the docks had come to an end. With the addition of knights and troops, the pirates who had suffered heavy losses had completely collapsed. Although their resistance was still very fierce, it couldn't hide the fact that they were losing ground. Many of the smarter ones had already jumped into the small boats and rowed towards the larger ships in the bay. Their goal was simple, and that was to steal a ship and leave the island. But it was a pity that Kent had long since regarded all the ships in the bay as his exclusive property. How could he allow anyone to steal? With a wave of his hand, the Sea-Wolf immediately raised its sails and charged straight towards the place where the small boats were the most concentrated. For a moment, countless small boats that couldn't dodge in time were instantly crushed. The pirates on them also sank into the water one after another, their fate unknown. Even if a few lucky ones returned to the large ships alive, they couldn't pass through the narrow waterway because the arcane eye hidden at the back of the island was blocking the only exit. All the ships that tried to rush over had only one outcome, and that was to be sunk by the ferocious cannons. No mercy, no mercy, no captives. This meticulously planned massacre lasted for an hour until Eunice chopped off the head of the last unlucky pirate. Only then did it completely come to an end. Due to drinking a large amount of blood, the magic sword in her hand was a dazzling red. Moreover, there was a kind of sunlight-like energy flowing slowly on the blade and finally seeping into her skin along the hilt. There was no doubt that the energy was the life energy absorbed in the massacre. Feeling the energy passing through her blood to every cell, Eunice opened her blood-stained lips slightly and couldn't help but moan. "Oh, this feeling is really great. My dear baby, you can definitely make me stronger." A few soldiers who were cleaning the battlefield and carrying the corpses heard this and immediately shivered in fright. They ran away at the fastest speed and disappeared without a trace. They had seen with their own eyes how crazy and terrifying a half-demon was in battle, especially with the help of the magic sword. She wasn't afraid of being injured at all. Coupled with her superhuman strength, she was completely a killing machine. Even the triangular tail hidden under the cloak could easily pierce the throat of an ordinary person. The battlefield was always the best place to show people's reverence for the strong. Perhaps as a half-demon, Eunice could never be accepted by the mainstream society. However, she had built a terrifying reputation through killing. Many people privately admired her battle record of killing 100 people. The proud knights also withdrew their discriminatory gazes. As mentioned before, Orire was a world where strength reigned supreme. Here, as long as you had strength, regardless of whether it was good or evil, you would get the respect you deserved. Chapter 890. Looking at the hundreds of corpses thrown into the sea for the sharks to feast on, Kent suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This was because he suddenly realized that although the person he was loyal to was not evil, he was very, very cold-blooded. Especially in the process of carrying out the plan, he was like a precision instrument that would not waver from beginning to end. One must know that most people were easily influenced by emotional factors and constantly changed their thoughts. However, Andre was the opposite. Once he made a decision, he would not change it easily, even if it meant shedding a river of blood. There was no doubt that such a person was dangerous and could even be described as terrifying. In their eyes, emotions were only one of the many gauges to measure value. Unless it was a close friend or a blood relative, it would be difficult to have any real impact. Kent did not think that he had any feelings for Andre. At best, he was just a more important chess piece. If he did not want to be betrayed or abandoned one day, the only way was to continuously display his value until he was irreplaceable. Obviously, this was not easy. After all, there was no one in the world who was irreplaceable. Even the high and mighty gods were no exception. Just as Seawolf's imagination was running wild, several pirate ships began to slowly approach. When the first mate saw this scene, he immediately lowered his voice and reminded, "Captain, you'd better be prepared. The massacre at the dock just now has frightened the others. They must have come to question you about what happened." Question? The first mate's words pulled Kent back from his thoughts. He curled his lips in disdain and sneered. "Humph! Don't these idiots understand the situation? No matter. I will soon let them understand that there are only two choices left: surrender or be destroyed." Isn't this a bit too forceful? After all, although these captains have joined your side, they are still independent. If they turn hostile, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to deal with them alone. The first mate was extra careful when he said this, afraid that he would accidentally anger the temperamental Seawolf in front of him. Recently, he found that his captain's style of doing things was becoming more and more mysterious, especially the ambush on the shore against Francis. He did not hear anything about it at all. Kent didn't care about the frightened expression on the first mate's face as he continued, "I'm being tough now for their own good, because at most I'll make them lose some face. But if they still put on this face when they see Master, they'll immediately die in the most miserable way possible. I don't want them to die, so I have to use other methods to make them understand this." Master? The first mate seemed to have heard something inconceivable, and his eyes widened. He couldn't imagine that someone as unruly as Seawolf would submit to someone else. Why? Do you find it strange? Ken asked with a smile. In fact, if one paid a little attention, one would notice that there was a trace of bitterness and helplessness hidden in his smile. How could a truly ambitious person be willing to submit to someone else? In the end, he was forced into a corner. In order to save his own life, he had no other choice. The first mate was so shocked by the news that he couldn't recover for a long time. Naturally, it was impossible for him to notice such a subtle change. After a full 2 to 3 minutes, he asked with a trembling voice, Captain, is this true? Are you kidding me?" Kent sneered and asked back, "Do I look like I'm kidding? Or do you think that I can command a regular army of several hundred men and so many knights?" The first mate hurriedly waved his hand. "No, I didn't mean that. It's just that. Knowledge is too shocking. I can't accept it for a while." As he spoke, his eyes kept darting around. There was no need to ask to know that he had his own thoughts, but Kent didn't have the intention to expose him. He only glanced at him with contempt. "All right, then take your time to digest it. I'm going to see the other captains. Remember, don't let me find out that you're betraying me, or else—" In order to increase the sense of mystery, he deliberately didn't say the second half of the sentence, allowing the other party to freely imagine. After all, the human brain would make terrible associations under certain circumstances, so some words left unsaid were far more threatening than saying them out loud. An hour later, in the castle hall located at the highest point of the city, Andre was sitting on a chair. His right hand gently tapped on the table, and he stared at the pirates standing in front of him with indifferent eyes. After a series of tough threats from Seawolf, these guys were finally more sensible. They didn't choose to resist, nor did they choose to escape. They obediently went ashore and prepared to be reorganized. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to leave, but that the Eye of Arcane was blocking the only way out. The terrifying bombardment was enough to send any ship to the bottom of the sea to feed the fishes. Unless they encountered a situation where the tide completely covered the reef, they could only go around the other side. Otherwise, they could only choose to surrender. To some extent, these pirate captains appeared in the hall only because of the situation. There was no so-called loyalty to speak of. If they were all released, they would all run away in a few days. But Andre didn't care about this at all. He directly nodded to the restless Seawolf. "Kent, you've done well. Now let's talk about the arrangements for these captains." "You flatter me. Please speak. I'm always at your disposal." Kent lowered his posture and bowed respectfully. He didn't even look back at the unsightly expressions of the pirates behind him. He tried his best to show his humble side. Andre smiled playfully and went straight to the point. "It's very simple. I've never been an arbitrary and tyrannical person, let alone a tyrant. So I'll give everyone two choices. First, accept the reorganization and become a real navy. I'll give everyone a generous monthly salary according to their position. You can get married and have children on this land and enjoy all the rights you should have, but you must guarantee that you'll obey orders 100%. Second, continue to do your old business and plunder the passing merchant ships. But there's a condition. Any merchant ship flying the flag of the Alliance must not be attacked. Otherwise, even if they escape to the ends of the earth, I'll find them and kill them with the cruelest means. Moreover, 40% of all profits must be handed over. In return, I'll allow you to resupply and rest in the Sardinia Islands, and at the same time guarantee that your private property will not be violated. Don't worry. Think carefully before giving me an answer, because once you've made a choice, you can't change it." Chapter 891. The pirate captains looked at each other, and no one said a word for a long time. They did not know Andre well, and were afraid that this was a trap or a method to eliminate dissidents, so they were all waiting for the first person to try it. After all, Andre looked too young. He didn't even have a few strands of beard on his chin. It was obvious that he was still underage. If it wasn't for Kent's respectful attitude, they would have suspected that this was a specially arranged scam. Humans were very strange creatures. Once they were suspicious, they would keep guessing, hypothesizing, and associating until they became neurotic and paranoid. However, pirate captains were not all cautious fellows. Occasionally, one could find a few brawny men who were simple-minded, well-developed, and liked to think with their muscles. After 5 minutes of silence, a slightly shorter, sturdy man squeezed out of the crowd impatiently and said in a low, muffled voice, "I'm a free pirate. I don't like to be restrained too much, so I choose the second option. Continue doing my old business." "No problem. Please stand over here." Andre extended his left hand and gestured. Although the man did not understand what was going on, he walked over obediently. With the first example, a few other captains who could no longer hold themselves back stood out and chose to continue plundering the merchant ships. Although it pained them to hand over 40% of the profits, considering that the proportion they had to hand over to the Pirate Alliance was not low in the past, and that they had to accept Francis orders, as long as they could maintain their independence, it did not matter even if they had to sacrifice a little profit. After all, it was a business that did not cost them anything. It had to be said that there were quite a few people who had such thoughts. In just 10 minutes, nearly a third of the people stood to the left of Andre. Most of them were pirate captains who were younger or in the prime of their lives, so they were not willing to become navies bound by all kinds of rules and regulations. They still desired to carve out a place of their own in the sea. Andre did not care about these guys at all. No matter what, they had to serve the commercial alliance that was about to be established. Just like in the 16th to 19th centuries on Earth, in order to compete for maritime hegemony and colonies, the European countries issued privateering licenses to their own pirates. He also wanted to use these pirates to fight against competitors, cut off their maritime trade, and ensure that the alliance always had a monopoly. Kent remained silent as he coldly observed the choices of his former colleagues. He was also secretly guessing what the motives behind these two choices were. In fact, before going ashore, Seawolf had secretly contacted some people, but Andre's methods were obviously beyond his expectations. Now, he could only watch the development of the situation and couldn't intervene at all. Half an hour passed quickly. Seeing that no one else took the initiative to step forward to choose, Andre stood up and asked the remaining people with a smile, "What? Haven't you thought it through? Or have you already made a choice in your hearts and are just unwilling to say it out loud? It doesn't matter. Since none of you are willing to take a stand, I'll give you a little help. From now on, for those who remain in place for 10 seconds, I'll assume that you've automatically chosen the first option. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Along with the clear countdown, the captains who stayed in place began to suddenly become nervous. Some of the more timid ones' foreheads were already covered with sweat. Some even opened their mouths several times to speak, but in the end, for some reason, they swallowed their words back down. Andre did not give the other party any time to think. He cleanly finished the 10-second countdown, then clapped his hands and announced loudly, "Very good. It seems that everyone has made a choice. I now officially appoint you as the first fleet of the Sardinia Navy. In the next month, everyone will begin to receive my reorganization and training. I will disperse all the crew, eliminate the unqualified, and leave only the true elites. Since I've given you the treatment of officers, I will naturally require you to reach the corresponding professional standards. Remember, don't do stupid things, and don't think that you can still be as free and undisciplined as before. The Navy has to look like a navy, and the duty of a soldier is to obey, obey, and obey. Disband now. Before the sun rises tomorrow, you can still be pirates for one last day. Go party to your heart's content, because in the next month, you will taste the taste of hell." After saying that, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a chilling smile appeared. He waved his hand hard, indicating that 2/3 of the captains could leave. Hearing the words disperse, reorganize, and train, the captains' expressions could be said to be extremely interesting. Some of their eyes even emitted flames of anger. If not for Kent's warning in advance, they might have exploded immediately. It must be known that in the age of sail, the supreme status of the captain was reflected to the greatest extent in the understanding of his subordinates. If the original manpower was withdrawn and a group of new people was stuffed in, it meant that the sailors would be divided, and they would no longer be able to fully control their ships. In the eyes of the pirate captains who had a strong desire for control, this was simply digging out their roots. But unfortunately, no matter how angry they were at this moment, they did not dare to resist. They could only hold back their anger and turn to the taverns and inns in the lower city to vent it with women and alcohol. After watching these guys leave, Andre turned around and said to Kent, who had remained silent from beginning to end, "I promised before that after you completed the mission, you would receive a satisfactory reward. Now, the First Fleet of the Sardinia Navy belongs to you. You must guarantee that you will completely subdue them within a month. This is both a right and a test. Don't let me down, understand?" When Seawolf heard this, he was overjoyed. He hurriedly knelt on one knee and promised loudly, "Please rest assured, I swear that I will never let you down. No matter what happens in the future, this fleet will be 100% loyal to you." Andre nodded in satisfaction. "I hope so. Go and do your thing. I want to have a chat with these captains who are determined to continue being pirates. In addition, you'd better hurry up and let the First Fleet have combat power, because in at most 2 months, I will personally start a war that will completely destroy Bakarov City. I hope you can perform well at that time. Wherever your will is, that is where my sword points." Kent was not stupid. He knew what questions could be asked and what questions were best kept in his heart. After bowing, he also left the castle hall. Chapter 892. Seeing that the originally crowded hall was now empty, the remaining dozen captains who had chosen to continue their old trade began to feel uneasy. They urgently wanted to know how this young man would treat them. Just as one of them was about to say something, Andre suddenly pulled on the tab on the wall. In an instant, a large and crude map fell from the sky and appeared in front of everyone, although it looked crude, and even the topography wasn't very accurate. Everyone present could easily tell that this was a map of the entire South. "Excuse me, what do you mean by this?" A captain couldn't hold back his curiosity and cautiously asked. Andre smiled faintly and didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he pointed at the trade route known as the Golden Triangle from Lincoln City to Bakarov City, and then to Kamla City, the Pearl of the Desert. He cleared his throat and said, "The Golden Triangle." He cleared his throat and said, "I believe all of you should be very clear that if the entire southern region is compared to a person, then this route I'm pointing out is equivalent to the main artery. It started from Linton City, which was connected to the continent in the east, and ran through the most prosperous plains in the south. Millions of nobles, civilians, and serfs relied on this route to exchange goods they needed, including salt, cloth, weapons, armor, spices, livestock, poultry, food, and so on. If someone can monopolize this route, it means that they can indirectly control the lives of millions of people. As long as they cut off the supplies to a certain place, that place will quickly fall into unavoidable panic and turmoil. This is especially true for the Great Kamla Desert, which stretches for more than 1,700 kilometers. Basically, 40% of the grain is bought through trade. Thus, I've formulated a plan to monopolize this route. Of course, this isn't easy because we have many competitors who are very powerful. There are even terrifying behemoths like the Whale Merchant Group. However, we also have an advantage that others don't have. That is, we have more advanced ships and weapons. You should have already seen the might of the cannons on the giant ships. It can guarantee that within the next 60 to 100 years, no country or city will be able to threaten our hegemony at sea. Now, please tell me, do you intend to continue being a lone pirate, or do you intend to join us and become a privateer captain with a strong backing? What's the difference? A man in his 30s asked with a frown. He obviously didn't understand why the other party would suddenly mention this. Normally, shouldn't such an ambitious plan be kept strictly confidential? Andre shrugged with a smile and explained, "There's a big difference. I happen to have some time now, so I'll explain it to you. Firstly, as a privateer captain, he had to rob a specific merchant ship in a designated area. Secondly, without permission, it was strictly forbidden to kill captives after victory. Finally, although privateers were nominally owned by individuals, they were actually part of the Navy. When necessary, they had to accept compulsory recruitment and participate in battle. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. As long as a privateer captain promises to abide by the terms above, he will be able to purchase the newest ships, weapons, and even magic potions and equipment from us. I will provide a detailed price list later. As for ordinary pirates, they won't be able to enjoy any benefits. Similarly, there aren't too many compulsory measures. As long as they hand over 40% of the profits on time and don't attack ships flying the Alliance's flag, they can do whatever they want. As the last word was spoken, the captains fell into deep thought. After all, this was a choice between freedom and rights. They could either give up their freedom and choose the benefits at their fingertips, or give up the benefits and roam the seas freely. There was no need to ask to know that they were struggling in their hearts. After a full 5 minutes, a man with a red face stood up and said while panting, "I'm willing to be a privateer captain, but before that, I have a question to ask." "Ask away." Andre gestured with his arm. "How do you guarantee the interests of a privateer captain, or how do you differentiate between ordinary pirates and privateers?" Andre laughed and clapped his hands. "Ha ha ha! That's a good question. I will issue a privateer license to every privateer captain. Only those who hold this certificate will be able to enjoy all sorts of benefits. We will even be responsible for selling the stolen ships for a good price." Privateer license? The man with the red face was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of something like a privateer license. That's right, a privateer license. It records the current opponents of the Alliance and, at the same time, the targets of your plunder. It specifies the relationship and obligations between the captain and the Alliance in writing, so you don't have to worry about getting rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. How about it? Are you satisfied with this answer? Andre was very clear about the dangers of a privateer license, and also understood that he was opening the door to hell. But in order to reduce the speed of the Alliance's rise, he had no choice but to use some extreme methods. Otherwise, purely relying on commercial competition would never be able to truly defeat a huge trade organization like the Whale Merchant Group. A captain who was quick-witted suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Oh, damn it! Is this the legendary legal plunder?" Yes, from a certain perspective, a privateer license is a legal way to plunder a merchant ship, but the prerequisite is that the target must be limited to a specified area. I guarantee that as long as you choose to join, you will not lack wealth, reputation, or status in the future. In order to make the conditions sound enticing, Andre didn't hesitate to cast another silent spell. As the effects of the friendly spell began to show, the hesitant pirate captains gradually became fanatical. Not long after, they all chose to become privateer captains. Andre wasn't careless either, and issued over a dozen privateer licenses on the spot. At the same time, he determined the current enemies, which were Barcarlo City and Lincoln City. He wanted to destroy the trade system of these two cities once and for all, so that their merchants wouldn't dare to go out to sea. He wanted to force them to change from an ocean-based city to an inland one. If possible, it would be best to erase their ability to build ships. Chapter 893. With the death of Francis, the entire Sardinia Islands came under André's control as scheduled. However, he did not become idle because of this. Instead, he became even busier. After all, the occupation was only the beginning. The following construction and modifications were the main event. In particular, the shipbuilding industry, cannons, gunpowder production, and so on required a lot of manpower. The docks that the pirates had originally built also needed to be expanded as much as possible in order to meet the huge demand for ships in the future. In addition, the trade union was still in the initial stage, and various rules and regulations needed to be perfected slowly. Thus, it took a lot of time just to hold meetings, quarrel, and vote every day. In addition to the above, André also specially sent people to the many islands further south to buy a batch of obedient slaves from the Matek lord. He began to plant sugarcane on a large scale in the wasteland around the Sardinia Islands, preparing to turn this place into a huge sugar processing base. One had to know that sugar was a luxury and condiment that was even more precious than salt. Its price was as heavy as gold. Due to its low production, many wealthy inland nobles had never even seen sugar in their entire lives, let alone eat it. The only sweet thing they had tasted was honey. It was said that only 2 places in the entire Orire had the technology to produce sugar. One of them was in the farthest east, and the other was in the west, far away from the mainland, Cook Island. Usually, very few merchants dared to risk their lives to cross the deep sea to buy expensive sugar. Even if they were lucky enough to reach it alive, they might not be as lucky to return safely. In this world, the dangers from the sea were not just ordinary problems such as storms, pirates, and scurvy. There were also terrifying monsters hidden below the surface of the sea, as well as dozens of intelligent marine creatures, including murlocs, dragon eels, dragon turtles, demon whales, sea giants, sea trolls, giant sea snakes, and sea dragons. In short, there were as many terrifying creatures that could capsize a wooden ship. The closer one was to the deep sea, the higher the possibility of encountering them. Unless one was a desperate gambler, no one was willing to risk their life by going to Cook Island to buy cane sugar. This also meant that once André's sugarcane matured in February next year, he would be able to reap an unimaginable amount of wealth. At that time, the merchants would definitely be like sharks that smelled blood. They would swarm over and fight over the purchase of sugarcane. Of course, for now, this was just a fantasy in his mind, and it wasn't worth spending too much time and effort on. As the elite nobles participated in the planning and management of Valens City, the city quickly regained its former prosperity. Countless aged buildings were demolished, and from a high vantage point, the city looked like a giant construction site. The busy figures of commoners could be seen everywhere. Through the economic means of providing relief through work, the originally poor and destitute people at the bottom were shocked to find that their tight pockets were actually beginning to become rich. Now that they had money on hand, they naturally wanted to spend. They bought all kinds of daily necessities to improve their quality of life. The hawkers and merchants in the market quickly realized that some goods were easier to sell than before. The smugglers, who were keenly aware of the business opportunity, immediately mobilized their own channels to mobilize supplies from other places. André had used less than 1/10 of the wealth in the guild's treasury to completely change Valens City's originally abnormal economic structure. As he had once pointed out, as a ruler, hiding a large amount of money secretly was the most foolish choice. But it was a pity that truly smart people were always in the minority. Even old George had initially thought that André was crazy for giving the commoners such a generous salary. But the changes in the city in the next few days made him feel incredulous. He immediately sent a servant to secretly record the entire process, intending to bring it back as an experience to pass on to his descendants. As the days passed, everything started to go on the right track. The small gangs in the lower cities slowly transformed under the guidance of the new policies, no longer relying on the meager protection fees to survive like before. Only the rat men, who were still immersed in their hatred, were still tirelessly searching for old Bernie's murderer. Standing on the top floor of the castle in the luxurious room that originally belonged to the pirate King Francis, Andre looked out the window and admired everything he'd created in the short span of a week. An indescribable sense of accomplishment welled up in his heart, because he'd established civilization and order with his wisdom and hands. He'd brought hope to this island full of darkness, ignorance, and savagery. Light, breathing in the slightly salty sea breeze, he smiled and muttered to himself, "This is wonderful. This is the world I want to see, and it can only get better. Hee. My dear, I don't know if this city can become better, but if you don't come to the bed and give me a morning kiss now, I'll immediately become very bad." Chloe, who had just woken up, rubbed her eyes and casually lifted the quilt, revealing a pair of crystal-clear white tender feet and a white translucent nightgown, playfully teasing him. In the past few days, she'd returned to her clingy self in Linton City. Every day, she ate and slept with her fiancé. Except for the last stage, the two had done everything they could. They were basically no different from a real husband and wife. "Good morning, you naughty little thing." As Andre spoke, he came to the bed, bent down, and hugged the girl. He gently kissed her soft lips, and only separated after a full minute. Chloe licked her lips and said coquettishly, "The time just now was too short. I think we should do it again." "Stop fooling around. Hurry up and get up. We're going to Beata Island today to inspect the vegetation cover there. If it's good, we can try to develop animal husbandry. Otherwise, there's no way to guarantee the demand for meat by just raising pigs." With that, Andre used his right index finger and thumb to intimately pinch the girl's nose. Just as he was about to pull Chloe up, he suddenly heard a low and hoarse voice in his ear. "Come to the sewers. Immediately. Immediately." "My dear, what's wrong with you?" Chloe found that her fiancé's expression seemed a little strange, and hurried over to ask, nervously. Andre reluctantly squeezed out a smile, and quickly shook his head. "No, nothing. It seems that you'll have to go to Beata Island for me today. I just remembered that there's a very important matter that needs to be dealt with immediately." After saying this, he didn't even give Chloe a chance to ask, and hurriedly rushed out of the room. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace through teleportation magic. Chapter 894. After a short few minutes, Andre squeezed through the gap of the teleportation spell and appeared in the northern part of the city's sewers. As soon as he stepped through the portal, he immediately felt an indescribable, terrifying power gathering in front of him. On the ground, on the walls, in the air, the burning phenomenon caused by the invasion of Hell's energy could be seen everywhere. There were also many unknown plants and small insects growing rapidly under the nourishment of the energy. He believed that if the situation continued, the surrounding sewers would be completely blocked in a few days, forming a new, closed ecosystem. After seeing Andre appear, the half-elf mage bowed gracefully and greeted, "Good morning, my friend. I'm sorry to disturb you and your cute little fiancé, but there's no other way. The summoning ritual is coming to an end. Do you feel this incomparably powerful power? It's the real body of the Earl of Hell, Nemuku, on the other side of the portal. Orlando, shut up. Concentrate on your task. I don't want to see any more accidents. Do you understand?" The lich standing in the dark corner reprimanded his apprentice mercilessly. He did not show any mercy just because the other party was half a step into the legendary realm. I'm sorry, teacher. You have to understand that the small mistake that happened a few days ago can't be blamed on me. It was the vampire hosting the ritual that had a problem. I don't know why, but he suddenly twitched all over and interrupted the ritual. If I hadn't secretly remedied it, I'm afraid it would have been delayed for more than half a month. The half-elf pretended to defend himself, and at the same time, he secretly winked at Andre with his left eye. As a smart person, Andre immediately realized that this must be the side effect of the potion that was still in the experimental stage a few days ago. Perhaps the neural circuit of the vampire was different from that of a normal person, or it could be that the effect of the potion was delayed in their body. In short, the effect that should have been immediate was delayed for a few days on the vampire. No wonder the summoning ritual that was originally planned to be completed in 3 days was delayed for a whole week. The Lich was obviously not the kind of person who would listen to explanations and excuses. The two cold lights in his eyes soared. Orlando immediately shut his mouth, sensibly, and began to silently guide the huge amount of energy into the portal built in the center of the ritual. As the ritual had reached its final stage, even those who didn't know magic could clearly feel that the space was being torn apart bit by bit. An unknown substance had broken the continuity of the space, and it was just one step away from connecting the two completely different worlds. As a transmigrator who was deeply influenced by materialistic education, Andre looked at the scene in front of him with awe. Because he was still too weak and ignorant, he could not interfere. He could not use the physics knowledge in his mind to explain what he was seeing. Sensing the strong thirst for knowledge in his eyes, the Lich nodded approvingly. Very good eyes. A strong thirst for knowledge is the key to finding the truth. If you weren't the owner of the Arcane eye, I would definitely be willing to become your teacher and lead you into the palace of knowledge. Also, take off that ridiculous blindfold. You won't need it soon. As you wish, Andre bowed slightly and took off the captain's blindfold. The ring in his violet left pupil began to spin, wildly emitting a suffocating power. It was like a black hole that could never be filled, eager to devour everything around it. Even the air was no exception. What a perfect magical creation. No matter when I see it, I feel a throbbing from the bottom of my heart. As he spoke, the Lich reached out his hand obsessively, as if wanting to touch the arcane eye again. However, he withdrew his hand halfway and asked, "How do you feel? Have you heard any voices in your mind recently, or have you had strange dreams?" Obviously, he hadn't forgotten that a finger bone had been devoured not long ago, so he decisively chose to give up. Andre recalled for a few seconds and quickly shook his head. "No, I've been sleeping very well recently, and I haven't heard any strange voices." "Is that so? Looks like you haven't absorbed enough energy." "It doesn't matter. You'll soon see the true form of the arcane eye and its unparalleled power." Just as the Lich finished speaking, a deafening sound suddenly came from the end of the sewer. Boom! Orange-red flames erupted from the center of the summoning ritual, quickly forming a strong shock wave and a heat wave that assaulted their faces. However, these fatal flames, shock waves, and heat waves were all 10 meters away, isolated by a force field invisible to the naked eye. Not even a spark could splash in. Looking at the large amount of rubbish that had been burned to black charcoal in front of him, the corners of Orlando's mouth curled up slightly, and he sighed in an aria tone, hee, as expected of a noble from hell. Just by squeezing your body into the material world, you can produce such powerful energy. Nemoku, my old friend, I hope you won't be too angry. Before he could finish speaking, for some reason, a slight tremor suddenly came from the end of the sewer, as if a huge monster was walking. A mere second later, an angry roar resounded through the entire sewer, and even the residents on the surface could hear it clearly. Casimir Kiz, you idiot! Lowly maggot! What's in your head? Is it all shit? You actually dared to summon my main body into the material world. Do you know what this means? I'm sorry. Great Count of Hell, the ruler of the war fortress, Kenbel, the ruler of lies and conspiracies, the great devil born from the flames, Nemuku, I don't know why this happened. Please give me some time. Casimir was clearly scared out of his wits. His entire body was trembling, and he couldn't even speak properly. After all, class was the foundation of all order in hell. As an agent of the devil, he would never be able to resist his master, and even his soul after death was no exception. Maggot, you still dare to quibble? I'll give you 1 minute. Find out the reason immediately. Otherwise, I'll crush all the bones in your body one by one. Nemuku was obviously enraged to the extreme. He waved his strong arms and smashed the surrounding pipes into smithereens. In his eyes, the hard rocks were basically no different from a freshly baked cake. Chapter 895. His entire body was covered in crimson scales, and a pair of large bat-like wings extended from his back. Green venom constantly dripped from his mouth, stirring up clouds of smoke as it fell to the ground. His black claws were sharper than any known steel in this world, and his 2 evil red eyes could easily destroy immortals. Well, this was the current appearance of the Count of Hell, Nemuku. He held a 3-meter-long flaming greatsword in one hand and wore something similar to a boxing glove on the other. Every time he waved it, a ghastly wail could be heard. Apart from that, a belt made from the skulls of various powerful creatures hung around this great devil's waist. Among them were the heads of his mortal enemies, as well as heavenly creatures that the devils loathed. Their expressions were distorted and vivid, and it was obvious that they were powerful and evil magical equipment. Obviously, in terms of species, he was a typical pit fiend. These creatures were at the top of the devil's complex evolutionary system, and they were the absolute nobles of Bator. They formed the most elite class of the devils, ruling over the other devils. Only the lords of this level had a higher status than them. Pit fiends were qualified lords and hereditary nobles, and at the same time, excellent ministers, generals, advisors, and schemers. Although their strength was terrifying, they rarely participated in battle. Unless there was a deviation in some important plan, they would always hide under the protection of their armies. But now, Nemuku had actually been summoned to the material world along with his main body. There was neither a sturdy stronghold nor a disciplined devil army to protect him. It was like a man in armor had suddenly been stripped naked, and he was instantly filled with a sense of crisis. The fact that he hadn't torn Casimir to shreds was already a sign of restraint. What was even more troublesome was that the appearance of his main body in the material world meant that he could be completely and utterly killed, unlike a projection that could return to hell and be reborn even if he was killed. As a great devil who was like a fish in water when it came to schemes and plots, Nemuku could feel that this was no ordinary magical accident, but a plot against him. Just as he was using his clever brain to quickly filter out the possible enemies that could be involved, he suddenly heard a familiar voice by his ear. "Dear Nemuku, I haven't seen you for so many years, but you're still as cautious and suspicious as before. Isn't it good to come to the material world? You must know that many demon nobles would not hesitate to spend hundreds or even thousands of years to plan a conspiracy in order to open a door to the material world. Yet here you are, throwing a fit. My painstaking efforts have been in vain." After saying that, the half-elf great mage slowly walked out of the darkness. With a cynical smile on his face, the ring on his finger, the amulet on his neck, the long robe on his body, and the topaz on the top of the staff in his hand all released a brilliant magical radiance. With just a thought, he could immediately activate the offensive or defensive spells stored in them. Lightning Punisher, Orlando, did you plan all this? Nim Wuku's nostrils flared with hot air as he questioned in a loud voice. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that he was not truly angry. Instead, he was taking advantage of the time he spoke to divert his attention, causing all the muscles in his body to quickly tighten. The hand holding the flame, greatsword, lowered slightly, silently adjusting himself to battle mode. After all, mages, especially powerful mages, were publicly acknowledged as the most difficult enemy to deal with in the entire multiverse. Whether it was their strange arcane spells or their frightening brains, they were enough to pose a huge threat to their opponents. Of course, if the meeting place was changed to the war stronghold of hell, Camber, Nim Wuku would not be so nervous. That was because there was an army of hundreds of thousands of demons protecting and escorting them. No matter how powerful Orlando was, he would not be able to get rid of such a large number of troops in one go. He would be able to drown them alive with sheer numbers. It must be known that demons were not weak mortals. Even the lowest lesser demons were equivalent to several rank 1 professional warriors, and their magic resistance was also quite strong. A fireball spell could kill a dozen humans, but it might not necessarily kill a lesser demon. Lightning Punisher? Ha 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 ha. I didn't think that you would still remember my title from back then. What? Seeing an old friend? You don't plan on giving me a warm hug? The half-elf laughed heartily as he opened his arms, acting as if he wanted to hug a demon. Because the difference in size between the two was too great, they looked like a baby and a giant. But what was hard to believe was that the giant Nim Wuku was actually afraid. He was shrinking back. He brandished his blazing greatsword and roared with a sinister expression, "Don't come near me! Scram! Otherwise, I'm going to attack." Orlando clutched his chest and deliberately put on a grief-stricken expression as he teased, "Oh, heavens, you actually refused to hug an old friend. This was really too heartbreaking. You know, in order to open the connection between the two worlds, I worked hard in the smelly sewers for more than a week. I couldn't eat or sleep every day just to be able to meet you." Without waiting for the half-elf to finish speaking, Nim Wuku immediately interrupted impatiently. "Enough. Don't put on that disgusting appearance in front of me. I believe that you should be very clear about the serious consequences if we directly start a war here. So tell me, what are your intentions in summoning my main body to the material world? Tisk tsk, you're still as impatient as before. Moreover, even if we start a war, so what? At most, we'll just be surrounded by the churches of the gods. At worst, I'll just hide in another plane for 100 or 200 years. On the other hand, you'll definitely be captured alive by the priests, knights, and paladins that flock here, and then sealed in some remote corner of the world. If you're lucky, you might be released by an ignorant adventurer after a few hundred years. When you return to hell, you'll immediately be surprised to find that your position has been replaced by another person. There might even be a humiliating demotion waiting for you, but if you're unlucky, you might have to spend your entire life sealed until the sun is extinguished and the entire world is destroyed." When Orlando said these words, it could be said that he was full of emotion, not caring in the slightest about the demon's increasingly ugly expression and the ominous glint in his eyes. He was like a matador holding a red cloth, stimulating Nim Wuku's sensitive nerves to his heart's content. In just a few minutes, he successfully attracted all of his attention. Chapter 896. However, as a greater devil, Nim Wuku was not to be trifled with. Having lived in a place filled with intrigue for so long, he had long since engraved the word caution into his soul. This was especially true in Bator, where those who were not careful enough would have long since been eliminated. How could he possibly become a pit fiend in the midst of an army of thousands of men and horses? He did not believe a single word of the half-elf's threat. His eyes constantly swept around, trying to find traps and ambushes hidden in the darkness. "Dear old friend, what are you looking for? Do you need my help?" Orlando teased, even though he already knew the answer. There was a good saying: the person who understood you the most was not your relative, friend, or lover, but your enemy. As an outstanding spellcaster, he had long since used all sorts of divination spells and investigative methods to study his opponent's character, habits, and style of conduct. He could even predict what the enemy would do or react in the next few seconds. For great wizards who always liked to plan before acting, battles were like acting out a script that had been prepared beforehand. Almost all the preparatory work had been completed before the battle began. They would rarely participate in a battle where the odds of victory were less than 70%, and they would not appear in front of the enemy without any preparations. This also meant that once they dared to stand out in the open, it meant that victory was within their grasp. Nemuku hated the current passive situation, and even more so when he fell into a trap set up by the enemy. The reason he had not taken any countermeasures was mainly due to his nature as a devil. Although these monsters born of evil and order had sinister appearances and possessed strength countless times greater than that of mortals, they did not like to use violence. At the very least, they would not consider using violence until they had used up their normal methods of deception, threats, hints, and bribery. Of course, this might be a strategy of the devils. They wanted to distinguish themselves from their mortal enemies, the demons, and create a good reputation in the multiverse. This way, whether it was tricking more idiots into signing contracts of servitude or hiring mercenaries to become cannon fodder in a bloody battle, it would be relatively easier. After a few minutes of silence, Nemuku decided to try to use negotiation to ease the conflict. Just as he opened his mouth wide to say a few good words, he suddenly felt that the half-elf's gaze was somewhat strange. It was as if the half-elf was not staring at him, but at a certain part of his head. As a demon with a keen sense for danger, he immediately looked up to see what was above his head. However, just as he raised his head that had the characteristics of a spider and a hound, Orlando immediately seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to raise the staff in his hand and shoot out dozens of dazzling lightning bolts. At the same time, he shouted, "Mentor, do you intend to continue watching the show?" Nemuku didn't expect that the other party would attack just like that. Without much time to think, he immediately spread out the huge wings behind him, blocking in front of his chest. One had to know that the half-elf lightning punisher's nickname wasn't just for show. The lightning spells he used were exceptionally powerful, and there was even a record of him killing a Hezru with a single strike. He didn't want to be captured or sealed because of a moment of carelessness. Otherwise, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire netherworld. However, Nemuku had apparently forgotten that although the wings could reduce the damage caused by the lightning, it also blocked his vision. When the lightning and the red scales collided and produced a dazzling light, a cloud of black smoke suddenly descended from the sky. At the center of the smoke was a gorgeous crown. Unlike the goods that Andre had rushed to make, this crown far surpassed the former in terms of craftsmanship and the number of gems embedded in it, especially the fatal attraction it emitted at all times. Just a glance at it gave one the urge to snatch it and put it on their own head. Without any surprise, the crown accurately landed on Nemuku's huge head. He didn't even have time to react before he heard the Lich's low and hoarse voice reverberating in the sewers. "Imprison, bind, in the name of the supreme royalty, I order you to kneel." Following this sentence, the emerald at the top of the crown instantly released a dazzling brilliance. Nemuku only felt an irresistible force acting on his body. No matter how he struggled or resisted, it was useless. After a short few seconds, his knees slowly lost support, and he knelt in front of the lich with a plop. Dumbfounded, no one present dared to believe what they were seeing with their own eyes. This was especially so for the devil's agent, Casimir, who felt like he was going crazy. Since when would a high and mighty devil kneel to someone else? Even if they met a lord of Bator, the most they would do was bow in respect. More importantly, as a legendary pit fiend, Nemuku seemed to have no ability to resist at all. He was easily toyed with in the palms of his opponent. Terrifying, trembling. Even the vampire Gistrupni couldn't help but want to escape. In his opinion, this lich that had appeared out of thin air was 10 times more terrifying than his own father, Duke Calvin. Just the aura of terror surrounding his body was enough to destroy the will of a low-ranked professional, making them lose the courage to pick up a weapon for the rest of their lives. Nemuku felt an unprecedented humiliation. He glared with 2 eyes full of rage and roared loudly, "Let me go! Immediately! Immediately! You're challenging the bottom line of all the devils in Bator." "Haha, challenging? No, little fellow. Challenging is under the premise that you can return to Bator alive. If you can't return alive, then it's as if this scene never happened. If I remember correctly, this content should be taught by the School of Politics after a mid-ranked devil evolved into a greater devil. Have you forgotten? Or did you secretly bribe the examiner during the exam?" The lich was clearly very familiar with the order and laws of Bator, and even used the famous School of Politics to make a joke. After all, devils were not kind-hearted people. From the day they were born, scheming had become an instinct hidden in their souls. According to the statistics of Bator's Justice Bureau, the number of unlucky devils who died every year from various accidents exceeded 200,000. As for why these accidents had so many similarities, that was not within the scope of Bator's Justice Bureau's consideration. In their eyes, as long as there was no evidence, it was as if nothing had happened. Thus, of the 200,000 devils who died every year from accidents, how many had truly met with accidents, and how many had died from murder? No one was clear. Chapter 897. You want to kill me? Why? Is it because of the little conflict and unhappiness between me and Orlando? Nemuku shouted in horror, while desperately trying to break free from the shackles on his body. But unfortunately, this crown was obviously not an ordinary item. Even a great demon could not break free from the power it released, and he could not even stand up. Seeing his former enemy become a prisoner, with the half-elf's vengeful personality, how could he not take advantage of him? Before the lich could give an answer, he came up to him and pretended to be kind and advised, "Ha, dear old friend, don't struggle. The little thing you're wearing on your head is a divine artifact, Horror's Crown. I believe you should have heard of its name in hell, as a crown personally forged by the founder of the oldest kingdom known to mankind, Horror the Dragon Slayer. It has been blessed by many gods and worshipped by countless mortals. As long as mankind is the overlord of this continent, the crown will have a terrible power. We call it the supreme royalty. Just like the literal meaning, anyone who wears the crown will immediately gain indescribable charm. No matter if it's an ordinary person, a noble, or a professional, they will all fall into madness and be willing to do anything for the owner of the crown. Of course, as a divine artifact, it also has very large restrictions on its user. One of the harshest conditions is that this crown is only obedient to pure-blooded humans with the blood of Horror the Dragon Slayer. Once an intelligent creature tries to usurp it, it will immediately be suppressed by all humans in the material world. If it's not strong enough, it will end up like you now, a pitiful slave. What's even more unfortunate is that my teacher happens to be one of the descendants of Horror the Dragon Slayer, so he can now completely decide your life and death. He can even order you to commit suicide immediately, and you will do it without hesitation. Oh, by the way, I have to remind you one last thing. This time, I did not set you up for personal grudges, but for a greater goal. So don't even think about going back alive. Think of your last words now, or you won't have the chance later. Without a doubt, the reason why Orlando explained so patiently was not because he was really kind, but because he wanted to see the despair, frustration, and even tears of his former enemy. After all, mages were also humans, especially great mages like the half-elves who loved to enjoy life and didn't give up on their emotions. They especially liked to tease their former opponents after winning. Unfortunately, Nemuku was a demon who was best at bewitching people, so he wasn't affected at all. He continued to speak to the Lich, powerful undead. Although I don't know what your goal is, a living count of hell will always be more useful than a dead one. I have an army of 300,000 demons under my command, and a military fortress at the front line of the bloody war. Canbell, as long as you're willing to let me go, I can sign a strict magic contract. You can list your requirements as terms and conditions on it. If I dare to violate the agreement, you can go to the Infernal Justice Bureau and apply for enforcement, as long as it's a contract that's signed voluntarily. We demons have never tore apart a single one. Think about it. That's an army of 300,000 demons and an endless supply of hell's specialties. My invincible army can even help you conquer a vast low magic plane. In a short few minutes, Nemuku fully demonstrated to everyone present what it meant to be a demon's torrential eloquence, and what it meant to tempt mortals to fall into depravity. After all, every high-ranked demon had climbed up little by little. They had been sent to various corners of the universe to tempt mortals to sign contracts and sell their souls. Usually, only the few with the highest performance would be promoted, so their business quality naturally wouldn't be too bad. But it was a pity that the Lich wasn't swayed at all. He pointed to the 3 guys hiding in the corner and commanded, "Go, capture them. No matter what happens next, don't let anyone know about it." "As you wish, my dear teacher." Orlando glanced at the demon with a pitying gaze, placing one hand on his chest and bowing. Nemuku suddenly had a bad premonition. He immediately waved the huge flaming sword in his hand and roared, "No, no one can kill me. Go to hell, Lich." Under the effect of the terrifying power, the huge sword that was over 3 meters tall slashed down with lightning speed. Although he was forced to kneel on the ground, his arms weren't restricted in any way. If it wasn't for the fact that the Lich had great magic resistance, he would definitely have released another innate spell before the sneak attack. Humph! Boring little tricks. Seeing the huge sword descend from the sky, the Lich merely laughed coldly and muttered a command in a low voice. Instantly, a large white hand descended from the sky, sending Nemuku flying more than 10 meters away with a bang. He then crashed into the wall with a bang, half of his body embedded in the stone. Casimir, who was closest to him, could even hear the sound of bones breaking at the moment of impact. He simply couldn't believe that a great demon would be thrown around like a rag doll by spells. Just as everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them, Orlando suddenly clapped his hands and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha. My dear teacher, the way you cast the level 9 spell Crushing Palm is really an eye-opener for me. Tell me, how did you get rid of the complicated hand gestures and incantations, and cast it with just a password? This is the realm of legends. Once you start learning the principles of legendary magic, you'll soon understand how to eliminate complicated hand gestures and shorten the time needed to chant incantations." After explaining, the Lich immediately turned around and waved at Andre, who was hiding in the darkness. "Come here, young man. Go and devour that demon. I can't wait to see the appearance of the awakened mystical eye." "Yes, master," Andre said, as he walked out of the dark corner, his eyes full of excitement and anticipation. He had just witnessed with his own eyes how the two powerful spellcasters had toyed with the enemy in the palms of their hands. He had also seen the craftiness of the legendary pit fiends. Whether it was his vision or his heart, they had all been greatly strengthened. Moreover, he had a deeper understanding of magic and its application. In the future, he would definitely be able to walk a completely different path. Chapter 898. Without any hesitation, Andre arrived in front of Namuku, gazing at this enormous creature that was emitting a terrifying aura. However, he did not approach rashly. Instead, he buffed himself with a rank 4 spell, Stone Skin, before carefully taking a step forward. After all, pit fiends were still legendary creatures. Even if they were heavily injured, they would not lose the ability to retaliate. Moreover, the Lich had only said that he would devour this devil, not that he had already gained the ability to move. According to the nature of the legendary wizards of the ancient magic civilization, there must have been some sort of hidden test involved. If he could not even handle such a small problem, he would be a complete piece of trash and incompetent. Andre did not want to make a fool of himself at such a crucial moment. Reality proved that his caution was completely correct. The moment he stepped into Namuku's attack radius, the greater devil suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth to chant a strange syllable. The next second, asterisk boom. Asterisk accompanied by a deafening sound. A powerful fireball exploded in front of Andre's chest. Scorching flames and heat waves completely engulfed him in a matter of seconds. However, Namuku, who had launched a sneak attack, still felt that it was not safe. He brandished his sharp claws and viciously clawed at the center of the explosion. As a pit fiend, he was immune to all fire damage, which was why he dared to use his innate ability, Fireball, at such a close distance without fear of being caught in the crossfire. However, he clearly did not know that Andre was the chosen of the fire elemental prince, Isoldezer. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to use fire magic. Just as his huge claws were about to touch the layer of stone on the surface of his skin, Namuku suddenly felt as if something had burned his scales that were immune to fire damage. Before he could react, a strange, bewitching, deep blue flame suddenly erupted from the center of the flames. The source of this flame was Andre, who had just been hit by the fireball. He was now basically naked, apart from the things related to magic, be it his clothes or pants. Everything had been burnt to a crisp. His eyes were filled with annoyance, although he had not suffered any real damage up until now. As a civilized person, it was embarrassing to be naked in front of so many eyes. Andre, who was showing signs of anger out of humiliation, did not say anything further and directly pounced forward, releasing the power of the arcane eye to his heart's content. Countless golden rings gushed out from his pupils, firmly locking onto Namuku's arm, pulling his huge body little by little into his eyes. Every time he digested a part of it, Andre would gain an objective amount of experience points. As a great devil, Namuku had seen countless bizarre and terrifying situations, but he had never seen anything that could compare to the scene before him. He could not suppress the fear in his heart, and he frantically, "No, no, no, mortal, stop. I order you to stop. Stop." Andre pursed his lips and shook his head with a cold smile. "I'm very sorry, but I can't control it now, let alone stop it. This is impossible. You, I beg you, stop it. I'm willing to offer my everything. Wealth, status, power, strength. I can give you everything." Watching his body being devoured bit by bit, Namuku completely let go of his last bit of restraint and began to kneel and beg the mortals he looked down on the most. There was no trace of the majesty that an aristocrat of hell should have. "I'm sorry, you can't give me what I want." Having said that, Andre no longer paid any attention to the devil's reaction, focusing on the large amount of information that appeared in his vision. Devoured the finger of a legendary creature, a pit fiend. Congratulations! You have gained 15,000 experience points. Devoured the palm of a legendary creature, a pit fiend. Congratulations! You have gained 23,000 experience points. Devoured the arm of a legendary creature, a pit fiend. Congratulations! You have gained 50,000 experience points. As the pit fiend was devoured and digested bit by bit, a sea of experience points surged. In the blink of an eye, he had gained more than 400,000, and this was only half of it. If he digested all of it, he would have gained at least 800,000 to 900,000. He sighed inwardly. Legendary creatures were truly legendary creatures. Andre began to allocate the experience points to his wizard profession. By the time Namuku was completely absorbed in his vision, he had already leveled up twice, going from level 10 to level 12 in one go. He had also gained an additional specialty point, and he chose to prepare spells. The effect of this specialty was to slightly alter the spell structure, making it harder to dispel the defensive spells cast on him. It was an indispensable part of magic duels. Once the 600,000 experience points were used up, a large amount of mana surged into his body, transforming every cell. Name: Andre Blancheflower, descendant of a fire elemental alignment. Neutral attributes: Strength, 7 plus 5 agility, 17 vitality, 10 plus 5 intelligence, 23 perception, 12 charm, 9 plus 3 profession. Level 12 wizard / level 3 rogue swordsman experience required to level up. 809000 / 160900 special profession. Acer's chosen level 1 health points. 107 healthy experience points, 263,250. Unallocated, memorizable arcane spells. Level 0, for level 1, 6 level 2, 6 level 3, 5 plus 1, effective wizard's badge. Level 4, for plus 1, effective wizard's badge. Level 5, for level 6, 3 magic pet information name. Small eyes race, small eyes, magic creature, alignment, neutral evil profession. Magic pet level 12. This creature's level increases as the master's wizard level increases. Health points: 43, healthy special abilities. Cold ray, 24 shots per day. Damage ray, 24 shots per day. Heat ray, 2 shots per day. Looking at the current attributes panel of himself and his magic pet, Andre finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this world, a level 12 wizard could be regarded as an out-and-out high-end power. In particular, the appearance of level 6 spell slots greatly increased the choice of tactics. Among them, many defensive spells such as anti-magic field, advanced dispel magic, spell nullification barrier, and so on could play a decisive role in a magic duel. As for the magic pet that had not been summoned for a long time, Small Eyes had also evolved to a certain extent. It had mastered a new ability of fire rays. A total of 50 energy rays a day allowed it to develop steadily in the direction of a mobile battery. Perhaps it would not be long before the magic pet alone could wipe out a well-equipped mercenary. Chapter 899. Master, Just as Andre finished leveling up and was about to say something to the Lich, he suddenly felt his heart twitch violently. Thump, 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 thump. As his heart twitched more and more frequently, he felt a force slowly rising from his heart and surging towards his left eye. The arcane eye, which had been obediently staying in his eye socket, seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and slowly began to break free from the optic nerve connected to his brain, attempting to become independent from his body. What was even more surprising was that this process did not cause any pain at all, nor did it cause a drop of blood. After a short few minutes, this eyeball, which was flickering with violet light, finally managed to break free from its eye socket and floated alone in the air. The ring in the pupil spun rapidly, releasing a blinding light like the stars in the night sky. Everyone present could feel the terrifying magical energy gathering rapidly with the eyeball as the center. In terms of strength, it far surpassed the teleportation channel that connected the two worlds not long ago. He. The Arcane eye is finally awakening. The entire world will change because of this. Staring at the eyeball in the center of the energy storm, the Lich let out a hair-raising whisper. He then immediately raised his hand and chanted a spell in a low voice, completing a shielding spell that directly isolated the northern sewer from the material world. Although there was no longer a shrine on the island, he still decided not to let any traces of it leak out for safety's sake. The terrifying, magical storm destroyed everything in its surroundings. To be precise, it disintegrated all matter into countless particles that could not be seen with the naked eye. It was even more terrifying than the level 6 spell Disintegrate. Even the knowledgeable half-elf great wizard Orlando could not help but widen his eyes, continuously casting prophecy spells to find out what kind of power was so terrifying. Unfortunately, all his efforts were destined to be in vain. After failing to obtain any clues after several attempts, he shook his head dejectedly and closed his eyes to silently feel the changes in the magical energy in the air. He planned to remember this feeling first, and then slowly analyze and research it to find out the mystery behind it when he became a true legendary mage. After more than 10 minutes, the storm that disintegrated everything slowly came to a stop. All the energy in the space was absorbed by the Arcane eye and finally transformed into the energy it needed. When the blinding light reached a certain intensity, it suddenly trembled. In the next second, a metallic voice sounded in Andre's mind. Energy storage has exceeded 5%. The minimum standard has been reached. The subconscious is awakening. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. The Eye of Future, Amos, has been awakened. Consciousness correction commencing. Storing data confirmed. Greetings, esteemed master. Eye of Future Amos is at your disposal. As the last word left his mouth, the eyeball floating in the air suddenly retracted the dazzling light emitted from its pupil. It returned to the empty eye socket and connected with the optic nerve. The whole process took no more than 10 seconds. Then, Andre felt that something had drilled into his brain and started to list, organize, and back up all the knowledge and thoughts in his head, forming a library-like system. With just a thought, he could retrieve the deepest memories immediately. In order to confirm his guess, he directly asked through his consciousness, "Amos, are you my left eye?" "Yes, master. I am your left eye, and I was once the tattoo on the back of your hand. Do you have any orders for me?" The metallic voice immediately responded. Even though it spoke logically, there was no emotion in it. It was as cold as a machine. Andre hesitated for a moment before finally asking a question that had been bothering him for a long time. "Yes, I want to know. You seem to have hinted in the dream that I was born from your womb. Can you explain what that means?" Without a doubt, this was a very sensitive and fatal question. Even the self-proclaimed Eye of Future Amos fell into a short silence. Fortunately, it seemed that it could not disobey its master's will. It quickly replied, just like the literal meaning. "When you were still a baby in your mother's womb and did not have any consciousness, I secretly used the purest magical energy to modify your body and brain so that the newborn soul could better adapt to supernatural powers." "Why did you do that?" Andre frowned and continued asking. Obviously, he was quite repulsed by this kind of thing. After all, no one would be willing to be a lab rat in a scientific experiment, even if the experiment had great benefits for them. According to the predetermined procedure, after selecting a target, I had to perform magical modification to ensure that the master has superior intelligence and magic affinity. More importantly, if you don't have magic, then I can't bring your soul back to the material world. Amos had no intention of hiding the reason for the modification and gave the answer generously. Furthermore, it seemed that it could not understand the anger shown by its master. Andre keenly noticed this and quickly probed. You mentioned the predetermined procedure just now. Can you tell me what it includes? Also, why did you choose me out of so many people? What's so special about me? The predetermined procedure includes 4 points. First, search for traces of the existence of intelligent life. Second, search for the most developed races and regions in the surrounding area first and collect all useful knowledge. Third, perform magical modification after selecting a target, and then hide in the dark to ensure that they can grow up healthily and create a perfect personality. Lastly, when the time is ripe, bring the target back to the material world and fulfill the scene. Described in the Great Prophecy, the reason why I chose you is very simple. The country you were born in was implementing a type of education that was very much in line with the views of mages, materialistic education. Compared to those countries that were filled with religious fanaticism and false beliefs, such an environment was undoubtedly easier to cultivate a calm, fearless, and rational person. In order to ensure that all of this would not go wrong due to various unexpected factors, I even adjusted your hormone secretion so that you would be free of the restlessness of puberty. However, since returning to the material world, I've exhausted all of my energy and had to temporarily fall into a deep sleep. There's no way I can help you control your hormones. Saying this, Amos' tone revealed self-blame and regret, as if he had made a huge mistake. Chapter 900. No, there's no need. Thank you. I don't need you to help me control the secretion of any hormones. You're not allowed to interfere with my body without my orders in the future. You understand? Andre reprimanded with an ashen face. He finally understood why he was never like other boys when he was in school. He never had strong physiological urges towards a female classmate, nor did he actively pursue anyone. It was all because of this fellow. Control the secretion of hormones in the body. What was the difference between this and mental castration? What was worse was that this castration was carried out without him knowing. Seeing that its owner was angry again, Amos immediately replied with its metallic voice, "Yes, I understand. It's been recorded. I won't interfere with your body in any way. But I'm curious. Why did you make such a decision? Is it not good to eliminate all unstable factors?" Andre shook his head without hesitation. "No, not good at all. You have to understand that humans are humans because they have impulses and desires that are difficult to suppress. These impulses and desires will eventually transform into motivation to move forward. Without desires and impulses, humans will become calm and indifferent. They will eventually lose their thirst for knowledge and the spirit to explore. Moreover, the secretion of hormones is restricted. This means that metabolism, development, reproduction, sex, and other aspects will be affected. It will also create many unpredictable problems. I don't want to find out that my body is in trouble one day. I'm very sorry. I can't understand this." Amos's voice was filled with doubt and incomprehension. Can't understand? What can't you understand? Is it related to the secretion of hormones or human nature? Andre quickly asked. In fact, through the continuous questioning, he could basically confirm the flaw of the Eye of Future. He just needed to confirm it one last time. Amos fell into a momentary hesitation, as if it was considering something. After a full minute, it said, "It's human nature and emotions. Because they don't have logic, they are always in chaos. No matter how precise the analysis is, there's no guarantee that there won't be any mistakes. Why don't you abandon them and stand from a purely rational point of view?" I see. You're just a consciousness that can think independently. You're not alive. Am I right? Andre finally figured out what the voice that had been talking to him was. You're right, I'm not a living being. I'm just a consciousness with the ability to analyze and think logically. The one who's really good at dealing with emotions and humanity is the eye of the past, Mogadishu. When the two of us fuse together, a unique life will be born. Amos straightforwardly admitted his flaw. He even provided the other half of the Arcane Eye's information. Although it had recorded a lot of knowledge, culture, technology, philosophy, and ideas on Earth, it was just a record. It did not have the ability to analyze and understand. In fact, creating life was no longer a difficult skill for legendary mages. Many great mages could do it. The only thing that Andre didn't understand was that great prophet Emmanuel had created a complete life, but for some reason, he had split it into two. Could it be that he was afraid that the Arcane Eye would develop its own will and break free from the preset program? Or could it be that the two eyes were actually some kind of special key that could open the secret storehouse of the ancient magical civilization that stored knowledge and wealth, so it was safer to store them separately? After all, Andre still had that sentence imprinted on his hand. The eye of the future has awakened. When it fuses with the eye of the past, the treasury of truth will be opened. In short, there were too many mysteries surrounding him. He couldn't find any clues in a short time. Just as he was about to ask Amos about the ability of the left eye, he suddenly realized that the Lich was standing less than a meter away from him. The horrifying undead took out a device that looked like a magnifying glass and carefully observed his left eye that had returned to normal. Soon he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It seems that the consciousness that was in hibernation has been awakened, and it has hidden itself perfectly. Now, even if a god were to stand in front of you, he would not notice its existence. Master, please allow me to thank you for your help. Andre placed one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. You're welcome. How do you feel? Do you have any symptoms of dizziness or nausea? The Lich asked casually as he continued to observe. Andre lowered his head and glanced at his naked body. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, it's nothing, other than feeling a little embarrassed to be naked. Everything else is normal. Perhaps for the natives of Orire, a man or a boy naked was nothing at all. But for people from a highly developed world, it was simply a nightmare. He would rather take a sword than be naked like this. Ha 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 ha. Relax, young man. Such a small matter isn't worth mentioning. Later, let Orlando give you a robe that is immune to fire damage. Now, since you have the ability to protect yourself, I'll tell you some secrets and things to take note of. With that, the Lich waved his finger and gently stirred the air. Instantly, the surrounding environment changed from a dilapidated sewer to an underground palace that burned with eternal flames. A large number of stone sculptures that were more than 5 meters tall stood on both sides of the hall. The arches above their heads were inlaid with countless diamonds. At a glance, it looked like a sky full of stars. It was simply luxurious to the extreme. Andre could hardly imagine how much money it would cost to build such a large ceiling, and there seemed to be some kind of magic on it. All the diamonds were moving according to a certain pattern. It was no different from the real night sky. In addition to the above, there was a table that was 50 meters long in the middle of the hall. It was densely packed with all kinds of exquisite food and drinks. Some of the ingredients were even ingredients that he had never seen before. Driven by his foodie instinct and strong curiosity, Andre quickly walked to the table and grabbed a small piece of unknown meat and put it into his mouth. After only a second, his taste buds felt a kind of extreme freshness. It was neither like fish nor some kind of land animal. Following that, he tasted a few other dishes and fruits. In the end, he found that almost all of them were real and not some kind of illusion. In other words, under the premise that no one was aware, the Lich used a group teleportation spell to transfer everyone here. There was neither chanting nor casting a spell. Such a method was a little shocking. Chapter 9:01. However, the half-elf Orlando seemed to be used to it. He ignored the 3 panicking captives behind him and stuffed a bunch of grapes into his mouth. As he ate, he said in a half-joking tone, "My dear mentor, although I know you don't need to eat, drink, or rest, please consider us living people. Don't always use illusions to fool your guests, even though the illusions created by magic are more delicious than real food." Illusions? Andre raised his eyebrows in surprise. He quickly put a cherry into his mouth and chewed carefully before swallowing it slowly. The taste, the touch, the smell, and even the feeling of fullness were all there. He couldn't feel the slightest bit of falsehood. "Hee, my friend, you don't have to try anymore. You can tell the difference between the illusions and the real thing just by looking at the physiological structure of the human body. This is because they don't trick the 5 senses in the ordinary sense, and they work directly on your brain. It can be said that apart from not being able to absorb the nutrients the body needs, these illusions are no different from the real thing. We're not that hungry anyway, so let's just treat it as a form of entertainment for the time being." Having said that, Orlando didn't care about the elegant image he usually maintained. He sat down on a comfortable chair and opened his mouth to gorge himself on the food. He didn't look like a person with elven blood at all. Andre looked at the delicious food on the table and sighed slightly. He muttered to himself, "Is this the pinnacle of illusions? It seems like there isn't a single useless person in the 8 major magic schools. I wonder how powerful the phantom assassin who claims to be able to extract fear from the target's subconscious and scare them to death is." The Lich obviously didn't care about these trivial matters. He walked directly to the chair built with white bones at the end of the long table and tapped on the armrest lightly. He quickly said, "Before we start the formal conversation, I think I need to introduce myself. My name is Absalom Blackburn. Some people call me the Undead King." "The Undead King, Absalom Blackburn. You're the creator of necromancy magic, the first human mage in history to transform himself into a lich?" Andre exclaimed. He couldn't be blamed for making a fuss over nothing. It was just that the name of the Undead King was far too famous. Even if the gods had been secretly suppressing and even erasing all traces of the existence of the ancient magic civilization, there were still countless spellcasters who worshipped this master who invented the method of transforming living creatures into undead. To a certain extent, his existence was no longer as simple as a legendary mage, but a symbol of the great historical process, a symbol of the pinnacle of human magic. Andre even believed that as long as the Undead King stood out and announced that he wanted to revive the glory of the ancient magic civilization, half of the world's mages would instantly gather to respond to his call, even if they had to become enemies with the gods. As if he had heard a funny joke, Absalom laughed in his deep and hoarse voice. "Ha ha ha ha! The creator of necromancy? Is that how mages describe me now? How interesting. Unfortunately, I'm afraid the truth will disappoint you. Necromancy magic had already formed a system when the creator's race was active. I just collected and organized them, and then made some slight modifications. In addition, the method of transforming into a lich also came from the research of the creator's race. As early as 30,000 years ago, there were already many wizards who could transform themselves into lich forms. When I was young, I was fortunate enough to witness one of them, and under his guidance, I started my own path of magic. So, you don't have to think of me as a great person, and you don't have to fear my reputation. As the owner of the Arcane Eye, and the influential revolutionary in the great prophecy, your future achievements will definitely be greater than mine. There's no need to doubt this. Remember, no matter what happens, you must maintain a fearless heart, because once you get used to fearing power that's stronger than you, you'll lose the courage to explore the truth. Andre nodded thoughtfully. You're right. Habit is a very scary thing, and it can even change a person's fate. In my hometown, there's a famous saying, failure is the mother of success. It means that on the road to success, there are bound to be many failures. But the problem is that many sad losers like to comfort themselves with this saying. They don't know that once failure becomes a habit, they'll never be able to succeed in their lifetime. Don't worry, although I revere the gods, I'm not afraid of them, because what I revere is power itself and not those ridiculous doctrines. In my opinion, no matter if it's a god or a religion, they should first be tolerant. Not only can they bring comfort to people's hearts, but they should also maintain the stability of the whole civilization. But look at what the gods of this world have done. They incite wars and conspiracies for their own selfish interests, not to mention crazy gods like the goddess of the ocean, who rely on fear to gain the respect of mortals, and Father Nature, who forcibly restricts the development of human civilization in order to protect the forest. As gods, their ideas are so extreme, and they don't care about the feelings of mortals. I really don't understand why such gods haven't been abandoned. When saying these words, Andre did not hide his disgust or even hatred for some gods, although so far he had not directly clashed with any of the gods' churches. This was only temporary. With the expansion of his forces, sooner or later, he would touch the sensitive nerves of some of the gods' churches, especially the goddess of ocean and Father Nature. The former set off monstrous waves to destroy ships every few days, greatly limiting the speed of human development of the sea. The latter was an out-and-out extreme environmental protection. Every year, a large number of lumberjacks would be expelled or killed by his believers. Even the expansion of some aristocrats' territory and farmland would be regarded as a blasphemy against nature. Oh, I like your attitude towards the gods. You should know that the culprits of the destruction of the magic civilization included Father Nature and the goddess of the ocean. One of them thinks that we have destroyed the balance of nature, and the other thinks that the floating city and the floating ship have violated the interests of the sea. If you have a conflict with their churches in the future, please be sure to inform me. I don't mind giving you a little help. As he said this, the two cold lights in the Lich's eyes soared, and his tone was full of hatred towards the two gods. Chapter 902. In fact, the enmity between the ancient magic civilization and the gods had long been irreconcilable with the earth-shattering war. One of them was the mortals who were eager to uncover the secrets of the universe and pursue the supreme truth. The other was the gods who hoped to use faith to influence the mortals. They hoped to make more mortals agree with their ideas and obey their will. Then, they would completely establish a kingdom that ruled the spiritual and spiritual world. Anyone who dared to pry into the secrets of faith would be treated as a great enemy. Whether it was ideology or behavior, it was decided that the legendary sorcerers and the gods were destined to be enemies. Unless one of them was defeated and surrendered, there would never be an end to it. It was like the Renaissance on Earth, when many countries in Europe challenged the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. Only war, death, and destruction could make everything return to peace. With the rapid improvement of his own power, Andre had begun to prepare to join this protracted war. Although he had not made clear which side he was on, because of the long-term education of materialism, it was inevitable that he would lean toward the sorcerers. After all, from the current situation, the undead king, who represented the ancient magic civilization, had made a big bet. Whether from the perspective of feelings or interests, Andre had to give a satisfactory return. Thinking of this, he immediately smiled, put one hand on his chest, and bowed deeply. "Of course, master, You should know best that I have never been soft-hearted when dealing with my enemies." The undead king nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. Let's stop talking about the gods. I believe you will make the right choice when the time comes. Now, I will tell you some things to pay attention to. It's good to be alert. Don't treat it as child's play, because it's related to your safety." "I understand. I'm very happy to listen to your wise guidance." Andre slightly lowered his head to show his humility. He was very clear that he did not know enough about this world. It was impossible for him to know the secrets that had been deliberately hidden by the falsified history, poems, and adventure stories. Now, a lich who had lived for thousands of years suddenly said that he would reveal some of them. He was more than happy. How could he ignore it? After all, Orire was not the earth. No matter how powerful a person was, he or she would turn into a pile of soil after 100 years. There were too many immortal monsters here, such as dormant dragons, sealed demons, or devils, slumbering undead, and so on. Who knew when he would be unlucky enough to meet one? It was better to know more about them, so that he could be mentally prepared. At least, he would not be too late to escape. Absalom did not care about Andre's attitude. He held his chin with his bony palm for a few seconds, and quickly said, "Now, the undead eye." "First of all, with the awakening of the arcane eye, you now have the ability to convert all things into your own power. This also means that you can rapidly increase your mage level through mass slaughter and devouring. However, I don't recommend you do that. The reason was simple. In the process of devouring the body and soul, it was very difficult to avoid the prying eyes of the gods. After all, every intelligent creature with faith would pray to their guardian before they died. So, once you displayed the power of the arcane eye, you would immediately enter the sight of the gods. Similarly, otherworldly creatures, such as demons and devils, can't do it either. They usually appear in the material world in the form of projections. Once their physical bodies die, their souls will instantly return to their homeworld to be reborn. In this way, the secret of you being the owner of the arcane eye will still be known by outsiders. With the Lich's analysis, Andre immediately realized that he was in a bad situation. He subconsciously furrowed his brows and asked, "According to what you've said, wouldn't I be completely unable to unleash the power of my left eye and have my hands and feet tied?" The undead king sneered and asked, "Haha, what else do you think? The greatest use of the undead eye is not to let you kill like a barbarian, but to increase the speed of learning and research. You are now a level 12 sorcerer. You can deal with most dangers in the current situation where magic is declining. The next goal is not to raise the level of your sorcerer, but to combine the knowledge in your head with magic and walk a path that belongs to you. Of course, if you encounter a situation similar to today, I will not stop you from devouring the other party. In short, you have to learn to hide yourself and control the yearning for power in your heart. Never lose your way." "All right, you have a point. I will be careful in the future. Please continue." Andre shrugged, helplessly. Although he was a little depressed that he could not fully use the undead eye, it was not too difficult to accept that he had another powerful trump card. Anyway, before he awakened, he had relied on his wisdom to survive the most difficult years when he had just transmigrated. Absalom glanced at Andre playfully and continued, "Secondly, there are some places on the continent you'd better not go. They include the Johnstal Forest in the center of the continent, the endless Amuta Wilderness in the east, the giant sea far away from the continent, the supreme glacier in the north, and so on. As for why, you'd better not ask, because it's not time yet. You only need to know that these places are very dangerous even for Orlando. I will give you a detailed list later. Lastly, and most importantly, do not casually spread the knowledge you brought from another world. They are very dangerous, more dangerous than you can imagine, especially the computer you mentioned to me not long ago. The Parliament has already conducted the first round of experiments, and as a result, created an uncontrollable monster. It almost succeeded in killing 2 legendary mages. Fortunately, these 2 mages have already transformed themselves into liches, and will be able to be reborn in a few days. What? You've tried using the mind flayers? Andre's eyes widened, and he almost had a heart attack from the shock. Every mind flayers was protected by hundreds and thousands of mind flayers, and these mind flayers also controlled a large number of slaves. To attack their cities and capture the mind flayers was an impossible task for most mages. Even if a legendary mage were to personally take action, it would not be so fast. At the mention of things related to magic research, the undead king immediately became interested and hurriedly replied, "That's right. Of course we've tried, and we've obtained very valuable data. You're right, the mind flayers do indeed have unparalleled analysis and storage abilities. The only problem is how to destroy or replace their original consciousness without causing any damage." Chapter 903. Can you tell me the details? Andre asked urgently. Creating a neural calculator had always been his dream. It was also the only way to reduce the difficulty of becoming a mage and to train a large number of mages. Take the human brain, for example. It only weighed 3 kilograms, but it had about 100 billion nerve cells. The connection points were more than a quadrillion, and it consumed 20% of the oxygen taken in by the body. If it was converted into a hard disk to store data, its capacity would be 700 and 600 million terabytes. What did 700 and 600 million terabytes mean? It meant that it could store the knowledge, history, culture, and thoughts of the entire Orier from its birth to the present day for millions or even tens of millions of years. The mind flayers' brains were undoubtedly much more advanced than the human brain, and a mastermind made up of countless mind flayers' brains would be thousands or even tens of thousands of times more powerful than the human brain. Andre could hardly imagine what kind of huge changes it would bring to the world if such a strange creature was successfully modified. He was not even prepared to welcome the arrival of a new era. Absalon was keenly aware of the young man's uneasiness and replied with a smile, "No problem. I'd be happy to tell you the whole process of the experiment and listen to any suggestions you have." According to the idea you mentioned before, after the council received the news, they mobilized an army of 15,000 undead creatures and puppets as quickly as possible. Within 6 hours, they breached one of the underground cities of the Mind Flayers and captured their mastermind. Just as you described, it is the amalgamation of countless Mind Flayers' brains. It has thousands of independent consciousnesses, but there is no form of rejection, nor is there any logical confusion. Even the conflict of thoughts is handled perfectly. It is a life form that we have never understood in depth. More importantly, after some simple tests, we found that it can cultivate granulation to isolate a small part of itself. Ordinary mind flayers can be carried around in special containers to record their knowledge and experience. When it returns to the mastermind, it can place the granulation back into the brain pool and merge with the mastermind. This way, the mastermind can record everything that the mind flayers have recorded. Similarly, other mind flayers can also read and learn the contents through this granulation. At this point, the undead king suddenly became excited. He then stood up from his throne of bones and loudly asked, "Do you understand what this means?" This means that once the whole plan succeeds, we can skip the most difficult and time-consuming part of training apprentices. They won't have to learn a huge and complicated theoretical system like traditional mages. They can just start by sensing magic and casting spells. This was because all the basic knowledge could be stored in the granulation that was separated from the cortex prime. When necessary, he could search for it himself. In other words, The apprentice training that would take years or even decades could be shortened to a few months or even a year. In a year, we will be able to train thousands of official mages. Furthermore, they did not need to take up any of the mages' time at all. They could directly inject all the knowledge that the legendary mages possessed into the mastermind in advance, so that the mages could ask any questions themselves. Self-learning, self-management, even spells could be analyzed by the Cortex Prime, making them easier to learn and understand. Young people, you have created a brand new era, an era that belonged solely to mages. As long as this research is successful, your name will definitely leave a mark in history. Master, please calm down. That's not what I want to hear. Please tell me what you have done to the Cortex Prime. Seeing that the Lich was getting more and more agitated, Andre had to remind him. He did not want to hear him talk about how to train mages using assembly line technology. The Undying King, who was reminded, quickly recovered from his fantasy and shook his head with a smile. My apologies. I lost my composure just now. After all, you have given us the right direction. We only need to keep trying, and there will be a day when we succeed. I can't wait to see thousands of mages gather together. When that happens, the gods will fall into a new round of panic. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Let me tell you the specific process. At the very beginning, the problem that the counselors considered was how to destroy the consciousness of countless mind flayers without harming their logical thinking ability. It had to be said that this was a very challenging problem, especially since the Cortex Prime was an amalgamation of many consciousnesses. It was especially difficult to destroy and erase. However, this was not a problem for the legendary mages. After a few hours of trial and discussion, the counselors came up with a feasible plan. That was to use a powerful illusory spell to make the mind flayers think that they were dead. Obviously, this plan was a success. We easily turned the powerful Cortex Prime into a mindless meatball. The next thing we had to do was to install a new consciousness into this meatball and make it obey our orders. This way, we could continue to train qualified mages for the counselors. However, what we did not expect was that in this part of the plan that was least likely to cause problems, an even more terrifying problem appeared. The moment someone cast a spell to bestow a new consciousness to the Cortex Prime, a terrifying storm of psionic energy was released. In the blink of an eye, it destroyed the bodies of two counselors. It was as if it had gone mad, attacking everyone around it incessantly. According to our observations, it was very likely that the new consciousness had fused with the massive psionic energy, creating a strong sense of self-affirmation. Then, it began to resist all who tried to control it. After all, psionic ability was a supernatural power that was the complete opposite of magic. Its essence was the belief from the bottom of one's heart that one could use one's consciousness to interfere with matter. Any creature that had psionic ability would be an out-and-out idealist. In order to ensure the safety of others and that the entire plan would not be leaked, we had no choice but to use legendary-level magic to completely erase the Cortex Prime. Now, tell me, what good idea do you have to solve this problem? In the face of the Undead King's question, Andre furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. It was clear that to a neural computer, consciousness was equivalent to an intelligent operating system. Although it was not irreplaceable, it was almost impossible to do so with the current conditions. If this problem could not be solved, then the large-scale training of mages would be nothing but an illusion. Perhaps the future would be beautiful, but it would never become a reality. Chapter 904. Andre had a bad habit of pacing back and forth subconsciously when his brain was operating at a high speed. In just a few minutes, he had walked 2 full rounds in the hall of the underground palace. There were a few times when he wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words back. Absalom was not in a hurry to rush him. He sat on the white bone throne and waited silently. As a lich, he had an almost unlimited lifespan, so he was much more patient than ordinary mages. He did not mind waiting for a moment or two. As for the half-elf Orlando, he was still sitting alone at the long table, enjoying the delicious food and wine without restraint. However, if one were to pay attention, they would notice that the corner of his eyes never left the two people who were talking. His eyes were shining with the light of wisdom. Training an apprentice, especially a qualified apprentice, was an unsolvable problem in the world of mages. On one hand, mage apprentices were different from warrior apprentices, thief apprentices, knight apprentices, and ranger apprentices. They did not rely on perseverance to succeed. Similarly, they were not like druid apprentices and priest apprentices who relied on understanding nature and believing in gods to obtain divine spells. Mage apprentices not only had to have superior intelligence and learning ability, but they also had to know self-restraint, especially under the temptation of powerful magic. They had to remain calm and rational. Every year, there were many arrogant apprentices who tried to summon and control powerful creatures from other planes to serve them. For example, there were manic demons and cunning devils. However, in the end, they were either toyed with by the other party or torn to pieces by the world. Even their souls would become the other party's plaything or food. The path of arcane magic had always been a bumpy path filled with dangers and temptations. Even a single experiment filled with danger and accidents could lead to the death of a genius mage apprentice. There were very few people who could safely walk to the end of the path alive. On the other hand, mages were the symbol of wisdom, knowledge, technology, and wealth. As long as one could become a mage, even the most lousy one, it meant that they would not have to worry about making a living for the rest of their lives. However, to become a mage, the time, effort that one had to put in was also unimaginable. They needed to learn all kinds of difficult knowledge for decades, and they also had to be careful to avoid accidents that could happen at any time. The slightest carelessness could turn them into lunatics, idiots, and mentally retarded. It wouldn't be strange for them to become men, women, or even animals. After all, the knowledge that mages learned was not like the gradual progression of the education system on Earth, where they slowly transitioned from simple to complex knowledge. From the very beginning, the knowledge they came into contact with involved time, space, energy, matter, life and death, body and soul, and other profound theories. Not to mention teenagers, even adults could not understand much of it. But now, with the emergence of the neural computer concept, the biggest problem in training apprentices had been solved. Although there were many flaws in this method of mass production, such as the mages that were cultivated did not have a deep understanding of theoretical knowledge and seriously lacked creativity, their spellcasting levels were not weak at all. When they gathered together, they would inevitably become a force that even the gods would be afraid of. Perhaps because of his lazy personality, Orlando did not have much ambition. However, as he was about to become a legendary mage, he just happened to need a lot of helpers, so he was full of prying about this project. After a full half an hour, Andre finally stopped. He stared with his bloodshot eyes and said in a heavy and hoarse voice, "Master, to tell you the truth, I've just considered many ways to solve this problem. But in the end, there's only one that can be done without any hidden dangers. And this method requires a price, an extremely heavy price." "Oh, please say it. No matter how heavy the price is, it's a matter for the Parliament to consider. You just need to make a suggestion." The undead king saw Andre showing such a serious expression for the first time. He hurriedly leaned forward slightly, eager to know what suggestion could make the owner of the Arcane eye so nervous. "It's very simple. since the huge amount of psionic ability stored in the cortex prime will make the newly born consciousness have a strong sense of self-recognition, then why not inject a consciousness with a sound mind? For example, the soul of a powerful legendary mage. Although Andre's voice was very soft when he said this, it was like a sudden clap of thunder to the others present, not to mention the three captives hiding in the corner, trembling. Even the half-elf was so frightened that he trembled and threw away the wine glass in his hand. He could not believe how crazy a person had to be to give such a suggestion. What was a legendary mage? They were mortals who had the ability to kill gods. Ever since the gods were forbidden to enter the material world with their physical bodies, they represented the highest combat power in the entire continent. But now, someone wanted to consume the soul of a legendary mage to replace the Mind Flayer's Cortex Prime. This could no longer be described as crazy. It was simply crazy to the extreme. However, to Orlando's surprise, the Lich did not show the slightest anger. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully. Using the soul of a legendary mage to replace the Cortex Prime, that's a good idea. Perhaps the Parliament can give it a try. Teacher, is there something wrong with your head? The half-elf cried out in surprise. Something wrong? Ha 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 ha. The undead king laughed out loud, for some reason. After a while, he stopped and explained in a very serious tone. No, Orlando, I'm very normal. It's you who hasn't understood the importance of this great invention. It's just like those pale golden scrolls that recorded the principles of magic. It's enough to trigger a revolution in the magic world. And this kind of revolution is precisely fatal to the gods who rely on faith. The increase in the number of mages means the spread of knowledge, and there will be more and more intelligent people. Perhaps they will still regard a certain god as their protector in order to ensure that they have a place to return to after death. But this kind of belief will undoubtedly weaken a lot, and they will not be devout. When the gods in the material world are left with these shallow believers, their power will be greatly weakened. After all, the power of the gods is closely related to their influence. Once there are no mortals who believe in those strange doctrines from the bottom of their hearts, the foundation of their faith will be shaken. If sacrificing a legendary mage in exchange for the revival of the magic civilization, it was believed that no parliament member would refuse such a sacrifice. What's more, combining with the Cortex Prime does not mean death. It's just a change of life form. This is nothing to the mages. Help me entertain the guests. I have to personally send this suggestion to the Parliament. I don't need to personally take care of the trivial matters after this. Remember, come find me as soon as you're done. I'll teach you the true legendary magic. As the undead king spoke, he stood up from the white bone throne and went straight through the side door of the hall, disappearing from everyone's sight. Chapter 9:05. After watching his mentor leave, Orlando immediately threw away the food in his hand and looked at Andre, who was still in shock with a playful gaze. He laughed and teased. My dear friend, how does it feel to be praised by the undead king? You know, I have never seen him praise anyone since the day I met him. You are the first in 1,000 years. Especially the last part where you used the soul of a legendary mage to replace the Mind Flayer's main brain. That was a genius idea. Even I want to pry open your head and see what's inside it. Could it be that your world is filled with crazy thoughts like yours? The corner of Andre's mouth twitched slightly. He completely ignored the half-elf's chatter. After a period of understanding, he more or less understood the other party's personality. Usually, as long as it did not endanger Orlando's life and fundamental interests, he was basically harmless. He even had a sense of humor. Even if he occasionally had his wallet stolen by a pickpocket or was tricked by a swindler, he would at most treat it as an interesting life experience and not use powerful magic to turn the person who provoked him into ashes. This kind of lazy and pleasure-loving personality caused him to not be as strong and aggressive as most mages. although he was a little out of tune, he was still very good as a friend. At least he would not easily choose to betray someone for a purpose. Seeing that Andre did not speak, the half-elf's mouth curled up slightly. He continued to use his magnetic voice to say, "Hey, buddy, your attitude isn't very friendly. After all, no matter what, we are still close allies. Don't you think you should explain to me what's going on with the plan to modify the Mind Flayer's main brain?" "You really want to know?" Andre purposely put on an unfathomable look and asked in return. He was very clear that no matter what it was, if it was too easy to get, it would not reflect its preciousness. However, if he kept it in suspense, its value would immediately multiply. Of course, a device that can train a large number of apprentices in a short period of time. I think no mage would be able to resist its temptation. Orlando did not hide his thirst for knowledge. His eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. "Then what benefits can I get from it?" Andre was a person who wouldn't do anything without benefits. He naturally wouldn't hand over the neural computer concept for no reason. After all, in the beginning, this was only a fantasy that existed in his mind. Even he did not know if he could succeed. But now, the Lich was about to turn it into reality. The problem that couldn't be solved by technology was easily solved by magic, even though the cost was a little high. In this way, the neural computer was no longer an illusory mirage, but a semi-finished product with great value. How could it not be sold at a good price? Orlando obviously saw through Andre's plan. He laughed and spread his hands. "Ha ha ha ha. Okay, tell me what you need. Perhaps I'm not as rich as my mentor, but as a great mage who likes to travel, I'm confident that my collection will satisfy you." Mages had always believed in fair trade, and everyone took what they needed. Therefore, they were very direct when it came to trading and never beat around the bush like merchants. Moreover, this so-called fairness did not refer to the so-called market price, but the value that both parties agreed on. Especially when it came to knowledge, some people might think that it was worthless, while others would treat it as a treasure. There was no doubt that the half-elf had already treated what he had eavesdropped on as a treasure, so he did not care about the price. Anyway, his treasury was already comparable to the sum of several kingdoms. As the saying goes, those who are rich can be willful. Andre had been in this world for some years, and he had seen many people who were calculative. However, this was the first time he had met a tycoon. If he didn't take advantage of him, he would be letting himself down. Thinking of this, he quickly took out a stack of wizard cards that he had obtained in the underground maze from his waist pouch and shook it gently. "I think you must be familiar with this. My request is very simple. Revive the characters on 10 cards. The wizard cards that I placed in the underground maze." Orlando recognized these bronze cards inlaid with rubies at a glance and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "That's right. And I also played a game with the stone face that you created. I have to say that its card skills are not bad." Saying this, Andre's face revealed a trace of nostalgia. After all, that thrilling adventure was the starting point of his destiny. It was in the center of the huge maze that he met the undead king, and for the first time, he felt how terrifying one of the most powerful spellcasters on this continent was. As the creator of the maze, Orlando naturally knew the situation in the maze. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Now that this set of cards is in your hands, it means that the life that I created has lost. It seems that your card skills must be very good. We can learn from each other when we have time. Also, there is no problem in reviving the characters on the 10 cards, but there is an additional condition. In the future, no matter what new ideas or ideas you have, you must let me know first. Is that okay?" "Sure." Andre agreed without even thinking about it. For him, what he did not lack the least was creativity. because after the fusion of technology and magic, many impossible things now had a breakthrough. I like your straightforwardness. Now, you can start to choose the cards. Remember, it's best to choose those with names, because only cards with names can summon characters with growth. Seeing that he was about to get what he wanted, the half-elf's mood was obviously very good, and he even kindly reminded him. Andre asked in a low voice as he was choosing from the many cards, "Do you know whether the characters in these cards are real or created by magic?" Orlando smiled and replied, "Of course. The wizard card was invented by a legendary wizard called Elan. Every creature, fortress, terrain, and even magic effect on it is all real, and he even taught this technology to his good friend. A long time ago, when the wizard card was at its most popular, all the wizards who had the ability to travel across planes were frantically looking for their favorite targets, and then sealed them in the cards. In fact, the wizard card's original purpose was not to entertain, but to summon the creatures or magic on the cards to help one fight through the principles of the incantation system. Later on, it evolved into entertainment, but with the fall of the ancient magic civilization, this technology was completely lost. I also happened to get this set of cards when I was traveling around, and found that the wishing spell could summon the characters inside. As for whether these creatures have been modified by magic, I don't know. Chapter 906. So that's how it is. Andre nodded thoughtfully. He finally understood why he couldn't see through the magic patterns hidden in the cards. Every card was sealed with all sorts of strange things. There were buildings, terrains, life, and magic. Just making a single card would require more than 3 level 9 spells. It was still too early for him to decipher the secrets. After careful selection, Andre finally chose 10 cards with names from the 129. They were Level 3 Berserker and Level 5 Barbarian of the Chaotic Neutral faction, Clive Human Male, 28 years old. Level 8 Monk of the Lawful Good faction, Celeste Human Male, 32 years old, Level 3 Fallen Paladin, and Level 5 Dark Guardian of the Lawful Evil faction, Yvette Human Female, 25 years old, Level 6 Arcane Vanguard of the Neutral Good faction, Quinton Human Male, 33 years old, Level 5 Necromancy Wizard of the Evil Neutral faction, Mant Human Male, 46 years old, Level 6 Rogue of the Absolute Neutral faction, Del Orc Male, 21 years old, 5th Level Warrior and 2nd Level Knight of the Neutral faction, Camellia Human Female, 23 years old, Level 7 Bard of the Chaotic Evil faction, Yvonne Half-Elf Female, 46 years old, Level 9 Warrior of the Chaotic Good faction, Angel Dwarf Male, 160 years old, Evil faction Level 5 Ranger, and Level 3 Warrior, Adeline Wild Elf Female, 284 years old. Orlando glanced at the characters on the cards and raised his head in surprise. Are you planning to form an adventuring party or a mercenary group? He couldn't be blamed for making a fuss. These people's professions were too well-rounded, be it ranged or melee, magic, or physical attacks. Everything was included. With the addition of the healer druid Nina, there were probably only a few parties on the continent that had such a complete set of players. Andre shrugged with a smile. It's an adventuring party. If necessary, we can also act as mercenaries. After all, this world isn't very safe. I have to make up for my shortcomings as much as possible. Shortcomings? Oh, I see. You're a little short of loyal followers right now. No problem. Give me 5 days. After 5 days, I will come and find you again. After saying that, the half-elf casually stuffed the card into his pocket. As one of the most powerful and wealthiest professions on the continent, mages, especially great mages, were easily favored by adventurers or mercenaries. For example, Uhtred Alicorn, who had died a long time ago, was able to obtain the support of the Carriamir mercenary group. Generally speaking, Mages above level 9 would be able to gain the loyalty of warriors, knights, thieves, and other professions. However, Andre's speed of leveling up was too fast, so the number of followers he had was too small. He couldn't even gather enough followers to form a small adventuring party, which was a bit awkward. If there was a reliable team, then many things would be much easier to deal with. At the very least, they wouldn't have to personally deal with the slightest bit of trouble after putting away the card. Orlando put on an expectant look and said in a half-joking tone, "My friend, shouldn't you tell me about that idea now?" "Of course. But before that, you'd better give me a robe that can't be burned by flames. I don't like to talk long naked." Andre also used a half-joking tone to point at his chest. In fact, he had been naked for quite a while. It was just that the Lich didn't care about such trivial matters, so there was no way to solve it. "Ha ha ha ha. Sorry, I forgot that I still owe you a piece of clothing. A flame-resistant robe should be able to satisfy your request. In addition, I'll give you a pair of boots of speed, as a symbol of our friendship." The half-elf laughed as he reached into the purple pocket at his waist. In just a few seconds, he took out a black velvet robe and a pair of blue-gray leather boots. Under the detection ability of the mystical eye, the detailed information of these two magical items instantly appeared on his retina. The robe, without any decorations or patterns, could reduce the damage from flames by 90%. Moreover, it could also cast the spell Protection from Arrows once a day. It could be said to be quite practical, especially for people like Andre, who had to be completely naked whenever he used his flame ability. As for the boots, they were permanently enchanted with the level 3 spell, Haste. After wearing them, regardless of whether it was movement speed, reaction speed, or spellcasting speed, they would all be greatly improved. It was simply a must-have item for traveling and killing people. More importantly, the magical equipment did not have to endure the fatigue caused by the haste spell's failure. As long as this pair of boots was worn, it would always maintain the effect of the haste spell. It would not cause any fatigue, nor would it cause any adverse effects to the body. Although driven by curiosity, Andre wanted to immediately study the craftsmanship of these two pieces of magical equipment. In the end, he held back and directly put them on without a word. After getting used to the high-speed reaction speed brought about by the boots of speed, he quickly began to repeat what he had said to the undead king, especially the explanation about the storage capacity of the brain and the various functions of the various parts. The half-elf was amazed. After all, although there were many necromancers in this world who had studied the brain, there were too few of them after all, and their equipment was limited. Most necromancers were more willing to study the soul. Just like this, time flew by quickly in the midst of questions and answers. After 2 to 3 hours, Orlando finally exclaimed in admiration, "It's really incredible. The brain is so complicated and precise. No wonder the mind flayers who have mastered the psychic ability feed on it. Perhaps I can also start research in this area and see if I can invent a few new spells. I personally suggest that you start with controlling the secretion of hormones. Under the current conditions, this is the easiest direction to research and produce results." Andre also gave a suggestion. He also benefited a lot from this conversation. Perhaps in terms of functional research, Earth was indeed ahead, but in terms of experimentation, Aurere's mages were undoubtedly better. On Earth, no country dared to experiment on living people for no reason. They would have to bear the serious legal consequences and public condemnation. However, in this world, not to mention prying open the skulls of a few slaves and monsters, even if the mages chopped them into pieces and ground their bones into ashes, very few people would care. Other than the sacred warriors who symbolized kindness, not many people would be willing to offend a powerful spellcaster who had mastered supernatural powers for a strange slave. Chapter 907. Hormones were chemical information substances secreted by certain organs in the human body. They were responsible for regulating metabolism, growth, development, reproduction, sex, desire, and so on. Once they were secreted in excess or stopped, the impact on a living being could definitely be described as a breakdown. Things such as the cessation of growth and the disappearance of secondary reproductive characteristics were all small matters. In serious cases, it would lead to the accumulation of harmful substances, and it would not be long before one died. Orlando had already understood the definition of hormones and nodded in agreement. It's a very good suggestion. By stimulating the brain to control the secretion of hormones, and then through the secretion of hormones to induce emotions, one's personality can be changed unknowingly. Most importantly, hormones themselves are substances produced by the human body, so they will not be detected by any magic or divine spells. You're right. The brain produces emotions, and hormones magnify these emotions. Think about it. What would happen if you selectively magnify a person's sadness, happiness, cruelty, bloodlust, and anger? Andre asked with a meaningful smile. Hee, I believe it will be very interesting. I can't wait to try it out, the half-elf replied with a sinister smile. Obviously, the two of them had a surprising similarity in terms of playing with the hearts of others. Or rather, they had a common hobby. After all, be it Andre or Orlando, they did not like to use violence and coercion. They preferred to use subtle influence to make someone act according to their will unknowingly. To a certain extent, this was how mages really used their wisdom to solve problems, and not like brainless barbarians who used threats and spells to control everything. Most of the time, the distance between people could be shortened with just 1 or 2 sentences. After 2 to 3 hours of conversation, Orlando had a very intuitive understanding of the knowledge and ideas in Andre's mind. He also realized what the so-called power to change the world in the prophecy referred to. However, he was not in a hurry to get these precious things in one go. Anyway, there were still many days to come. With the current good interaction, developing a friendship was not an extravagant hope at all. When the time came, would he still be afraid of not getting any benefits? After thinking this through, the half-elf put away his gentle smile and glanced at the 3 captives hiding in the corner, as if he was looking at a dead man. He then joked, "Hey, buddy, what do you plan to do with these pitiful people? If I remember correctly, you have quite a personal grudge with them, don't you?" "Yes, I do have some personal grudges with them that need to be resolved, especially that vampire from the Zempni family. He caused me quite a bit of damage." Saying this, Andre's eyes shone with murderous intent. "Do you need me to give you some suggestions? For example, how to make a vampire experience a feeling worse than death?" As a great mage who was halfway into the legendary realm, Orlando didn't take the Zempni family seriously at all. Although the vampire duke was also considered a legendary creature, it was still far from a great mage like him. Staring at Gil's pale face without a trace of blood, Andre stroked his chin with interest. "Tell me about it. I believe your little suggestion will be different, right?" Orlando laughed heartily and replied, "Ha ha! You've made the right choice, my friend. Did you know? Actually, the pain nerves of vampires are different from normal humans. They have a high tolerance for direct physical attacks, such as piercing, slashing, and heavy blows, but they can't stand strong light, especially the sunlight that's filled with positive energy. If I were you, I would create an anti-magic cage and lock this little fellow in. I would place him in the shade and let the sunlight dispel the shadows bit by bit and shine into the cage. When the time comes, he would be like a frightened deer trying to hide in a corner in order to avoid the sunlight. He wouldn't even hesitate to break his arms and legs to reduce his size. I can assure you that the scene would be very interesting. Of course, this wasn't all. As the sunlight completely dispels the shadows, the cage would eventually be exposed to the sunlight. However, as the cage itself would more or less block out a portion of the light, he wouldn't die or go crazy. Instead, he would be in a half-crazy state. Not only would he be able to clearly feel the sunlight that's filled with positive energy burning his skin, he would also feel despair from the bottom of his heart. In the past, there was a pitiful vampire who was driven mad in this state. How is it? Isn't my idea awesome? Isn't it interesting? Most importantly, you can let him taste similar pain every day for a month, a year, 10 years, 100 years. You have to know that vampires are immortal. You can torture him for as long as you want. As soon as his voice fell, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. There was no doubt that for vampires, this was an extremely cruel and vicious torture, comparable to the infamous soul interrogation. Looking at Gil's terrified eyes at the moment, one could tell that he was completely scared silly. His whole body was trembling nonstop. If he hadn't lost all his abilities, he would have tried to escape long ago. Wow, you've really impressed me. Can you tell me whether you invented this idea yourself or heard it from somewhere else? Andre raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. He couldn't believe that such words would come out of the mouth of a gentle half-elf. Orlando explained with a smile, half and half. It originally came from a magic experiment. I wanted to create a special magic against undead creatures, but later it failed for some reason. This method of torturing vampires is a byproduct. How is it? Are you satisfied? Satisfied, to be exact, very satisfied. If possible, can you please catch him while you're at it? You have to know that it's hard for me to hold back when a vampire with a mage profession goes crazy. I might accidentally kill him. With that, Andre's face showed a trace of ferocity. Piece of cake. The half-elf agreed without thinking. He then took out a palm-sized mini-cage from his pocket, pointed it directly in the air, and then chanted a spell in a low voice. In an instant, Gil seemed to be pulled by some invisible force and quickly flew towards the cage. When he was less than a meter away, his body suddenly began to shrink rapidly. In the end, it was exactly the same size as the cage. He was stuffed into it alive, just like a little mouse being played with in the palm of his hand. He had no power to resist. Chapter 908. No, let me out. Let me out. My father is Duke Calvin. Seeing that he had become a lab rat in a cage, Gills screamed like a madman, trying to break out of the cage and escape. Unfortunately, although the cage looked small, it was made of mithril and was covered with densely packed anti-magic runes. Not to mention a young vampire. Even a duke wouldn't be able to escape if he was locked in there. Orlando gently shook the cage in his hand and said to Andre, "It's done. I'll give you a pocket-sized cage for free. The incantation is engraved on the base. Remember to return it to me when you're done. This is a spoil of war that I accidentally obtained during my travels in the Outer Plains. It's perfect for holding captives." In order to make Gills stop making annoying noises, he deliberately poked the cage twice with his finger. The violent shaking soon made the unlucky fellow inside dizzy, and had no choice but to shut his mouth. "No problem. When you come find me in a few days, this cage should be empty." Saying that, Andre stuffed the cage directly into his pocket. Vampires were undead creatures anyway, and didn't need to breathe at all. They wouldn't die even if they were placed in a vacuum. A few days? You're really swift and decisive. I thought it would take at least a few years. The half-elf pretended to be surprised and raised his eyebrows. Andre sneered and shook his head. "A few years? Hee, my mind isn't that dark and morbid. What's more, the person who has the right to take revenge on the vampire isn't me, but Portia. I'm sure she'll be more than happy to let this fellow taste the feeling of living a life worse than death." Revenge for a friend? I really couldn't tell that you were a person of noble character. If those good priests and paladins knew about it, they would definitely be very happy because the owner of the Arcane Eye is actually leaning towards the good faction. Orlando continued to make use of his specialty in jesting, casually cracking jokes. In fact, he had long since confirmed that Andre was a utilitarian through and through, a standard neutral camp. He didn't care about the so-called good and evil, nor did he care about order or chaos. As long as they could obtain enough benefits, they could turn to good or evil. They would abide by the law and morality when it was beneficial to them. When it was not beneficial to them, they would immediately throw it to the back of their minds. The only thing that the half-elf didn't understand was that, for some reason, the young man in front of him seemed to like to pretend that he was in the good camp, especially when it didn't involve the core benefits. He would often make choices that were beneficial to the lower class. Can you tell me what is good and what is evil in your eyes? Andre asked with a smile. The principles of good and evil had long since formed a set of universal values in Oriar and even the entire multiverse. That was why Orlando did not even think before opening his mouth. That, my dear friend, is not a problem for me. According to the Book of Virtue and the Book of Filth, altruism is good, and selfishness is evil. The simplest way to determine whether a person was good or evil was to see if they were willing to sacrifice themselves to save others in a time of crisis. If they could do it, they would naturally be kind. If they couldn't, they would be neutral. As for those who didn't sacrifice themselves and instead took advantage of the chaos to rob others, they were out and out evil. How is it? Did I explain it well? Looking at the half-elf's smug face, Andre laughed and clapped his hands. Ha ha! What a wonderful explanation. But now I have a question. Let's say that 2 villages are also in famine and need a batch of food to save lives, and the only person who can provide food nearby is a law-abiding merchant. Obviously, as a merchant whose goal is to make profits, he would naturally not be willing to give away his hard-earned goods to a group of starving people. After all, if he lost this batch of food, he would go bankrupt. But if the hungry villagers couldn't get food, they would starve to death, so the conflict between them broke out. A large number of villagers began to attack the warehouse where the food was stored. In order to protect his goods from loss, the merchant ordered his guards to attack the villagers, resulting in dozens of deaths. At this time, a paladin suddenly passed by, and both sides of the conflict insisted that he should be the arbiter. What do you think the paladin would choose to not lead to depravity? It had to be said that Andre's question was quite tricky because the paladin was a symbol of order and kindness. They first had to abide by the law, and then they had to promise to help the kind and weak ordinary people. No matter which point they violated, it would lead to them losing their profession. In the story just told, the hungry villagers were undoubtedly the first to violate the law and order. Normally, they should be arrested and tried, but the problem was that their actions were forced. No god would rob a group of hungry people of food to fill their stomachs because it was evil. But the problem was that it was also not wrong for the merchant to do his best to protect his property from loss. So no matter which side the paladin favored, it would inevitably lead to depravity. To some extent, this was an unsolvable problem, and there was no right answer at all. After pondering for 5 minutes, a strange smile appeared on Orlando's face, and then he raised his head and asked, "Can you tell me how much money this paladin has on him? I think the only way to avoid depravity is for him to buy the merchant's food and then distribute it to the hungry people." Andre shook his head with a smile and said sarcastically, "See, this is the so-called good and evil. In the eyes of the hungry people, the merchants who have food but don't give it to them are evil. In the eyes of the merchants, the hungry people who try to rob their belongings are evil. In the eyes of the paladins, both sides are not evil. What is good? What is evil? It's nothing more than a different standpoint. In my hometown, there is a famous saying that One's position determines one's head, which means that one's position will always change with one's own status. To give the simplest example, many civilians feel that they are oppressed by the nobles and wish that they could stand up and overthrow the nobles' rule. But when they become nobles, they immediately abandon these ideas and intensify their oppression of the peasants and tenants in their territory, and feel that it is right and proper. So it is a huge mistake to insist on dividing good and evil with camps. The funny thing is that there are countless people who regard it as the truth. Even a wise mage like you is no exception. Should I sigh that the gods' brainwashing work is too good, or should I sigh that there are too few smart people on the continent? A series of rhetorical questions completely made the half-elf realize the rebelliousness hidden in the depths of Andre's heart, as well as his unique way of thinking. Chapter 909. No wonder I've always felt that you've been swinging between two camps. So, this is the reason. Your attitude towards good and evil is different from everyone else's, although this is a huge advantage, allowing you to not be bound by certain rules and avoid many camp spells. Please be careful. Don't spread such opinions casually. It's very dangerous enough to break the weak balance between good and evil. The churches of the gods will never allow such dangerous ideas to spread in the material world. Finally, let me remind you, sometimes appropriate good and evil tendencies can gain unexpected allies. Perhaps realizing the seriousness of the problem, Orlando put away the smile on his face. His tone was unusually serious, almost like a warning. Andre shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Don't worry, I'm not a fool. I know how to hide myself well. In addition, I won't say such shocking things to just anyone. All right, let's turn our attention to the remaining two captives. As he spoke, he stepped in front of Casimir. Without wasting any time, he ordered, Amos, devour him. As you wish, master. As the metallic voice rang out in his mind, the originally ordinary left, I instantly turned violet. Countless golden rings gushed out from the pupil, directly imprisoning the target and dragging it into the bottomless pupil bit by bit. Casimir was terrified. Not long ago, he had seen his master, the Count of Hell, Nimyuk, being devoured alive. Thus, he began to struggle desperately. As he struggled, he shouted, No, 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 don't devour me. I'm a qualified captain. She was a perfect servant. I can do anything for you. But unfortunately, Andre turned a deaf ear to this, allowing Amos to convert it into experience points bit by bit. After Casimir's last two legs were digested, he had gained a total of 3,500 experience points. It was far more efficient than simply killing and absorbing life energy. After a simple understanding, he already understood where his so-called experience points came from. Usually, every time he killed a life, he would take the life energy of the other party, whether it was the positive energy of living creatures, natural energy, or the negative energy of undead creatures. This energy would be divided into two parts. One part would be converted into experience points and fed back to Andre to strengthen himself, while the other part would be stored in the Arcane Eye in the form of missions and rewards, guiding him down the right path. It had to be said that the creator of the Arcane Eye was simply a genius. Almost all aspects were taken into consideration, leaving no loopholes. Andre's cruelty and mercilessness made the remaining lustful demon tremble in fear. She immediately knelt on the ground and put on a pitiful expression while raising her plump breasts. She begged, Great mortal mage, I'm just a pathetic pawn. Please have mercy on me. I'm willing to be your loyal servant. A handsome man like you wouldn't be calculative with a woman, right? Oh, do you think you can still live after hearing so many secrets? Andre asked in a playful tone as he extended his right hand and lifted the lustful demon's delicate chin. Seeing that Rode didn't immediately kill or devour her like how he killed Casimir, the lustful demon felt that this was an opportunity. She immediately leaned forward and displayed her alluring figure to the fullest. Of course, I guarantee that I'll be very useful, be it in battle or in battle. She purposely emphasized the word battle. And coupled with her seductive expression, it was obvious that she was hinting at a battle that only men and women would engage in bed. Just as Andre revealed a cold smile and was about to attack, the half-elf suddenly stepped forward and said, "My friend, you'd better not devour her because she came to the material world in the form of a summon. This means that she's just a projection. If you kill her here, she'll immediately return to hell and be reborn." Then what do you think I should do? Andre subconsciously furrowed his brows. As a wizard, he clearly understood the meaning of a projection. To powerful otherworldly creatures, a projection in the material world was equivalent to a clone. The main body could still move freely. However, to weaker otherworldly creatures, a projection was equivalent to squeezing their consciousness into the material world. During this period, the main body would disappear from the plane it was in. This also meant that he could imprison the lustful demon, but he couldn't kill her. Otherwise, the devils of hell would quickly find out who the owner of the Arcane, I, was. Of course, this rebirth didn't come without a price. The first was that their form would be greatly reduced, and it would take a long time for them to recover. However, they might never be able to recover. After all, every demon or devil had a large number of enemies. Once they discovered that their nemesis was in a weakened state, they would immediately launch an attack and solve the problem once and for all. Orlando smiled and pointed at the lustful demon, who was secretly using her charm ability. First, you need to summon the resurrection seed she left behind in the cracks between the planes. Secondly, you need to cut off her connection with hell. Lastly, and most importantly, you need to cast a permanent bear's tenacity on yourself. Please believe me when I say that without the help of this spell, you'll lose face in battle. Hearing the half-elf's suggestion, the corner of Andre's mouth twitched slightly. If the first two conditions were reasonable, then the last one was a complete tease. The bear's tenacity was used to increase physical strength, and the battle he was referring to was undoubtedly a battle between a man and a woman in bed. To be honest, even though he didn't have much discrimination against this world's overly open sexual views, it didn't mean that he was willing to be cuckolded. After all, lustful demons had strong lust and thirst for the souls of mortals. It was definitely a daydream to expect them to only be with one man for the rest of their lives. Perhaps because he noticed Andre's increasingly ugly expression, Orlando hurriedly explained, "My friend, haven't you noticed? Actually, your personality is very similar to that of the devil's. You're both so quick-witted and cunning. If you have a lustful demon to help you, many things will become much easier. At the same time, you'll be able to release more time to study magic. You have to know that devils aren't like demons. You only need a detailed magical contract to solve the problem of their betrayal." Chapter 9-10. As a transmigrator, Andre had always been paranoid. Even if the other party was his closest ally, he couldn't fully trust them. Therefore, he stared at the half-elf suspiciously and sized her up. After a full minute, he asked, "I don't understand. Why are you so keen on me accepting a lustful demon?" "It's simple. You've wasted too much energy on the mundane world. I hope you can take more time to put the wonderful ideas in your head into practice. Please don't doubt my motives. I'll always be on your side," Orlando replied meaningfully. "That's all." Andre squinted his eyes, full of vigilance. "That's all." Orlando spread out his hands innocently. Seeing that the half-elf didn't seem to be faking it, Andre relaxed a little. He then kicked away the lustful demon that was hugging his leg and warned with a cold smile, "Stay away from me, demon. If I find out that you've used your charm on me or the people around me, I don't mind castrating you." Women can be castrated. Orlando raised his eyebrows in shock. Of course. Why can't women be castrated? In some undeveloped areas in my hometown, there are millions of women who have their genitals cut off before they reach adulthood. It's said that this ensures that they won't experience any physical pleasure. This ensures that they'll remain virgins before marriage and remain loyal to their husbands after marriage. They'll never have an affair. As he spoke, Andre glanced coldly at the area between the lustful demon's thighs. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. "No, no, no. I didn't do it on purpose. This is a misunderstanding. Please don't castrate me." Evidently, this was a standard threat. The lustful demon was so frightened that she hurriedly took a few steps back. In her eyes, this young wizard was more like a demon than she was. If her soul entered hell, there would be countless lords who would immediately offer generous terms. Whoa, what a horrifying atrocity. Looks like you'll have to be careful. Beautiful Miss Lustful Demon. Orlando let out a strange cry as a sinister smile appeared on his face. The pitiful lustful demon was terrified of the two powerful and scheming mages. She felt like she was a little girl in front of two muscular men. The only thing she could hope for was that they would be a little gentler to her. All right, that might not be the best way to describe a lustful demon, but castrating a woman's lower body did scare her quite a bit. After all, lustful demons were a symbol of lust. If he couldn't experience pleasure, he might as well kill them. Andre curled his lips in disdain when he felt the fear and awe the devil had towards him. He said to the half-elf beside him, "I need help. You should know that I can't do this with my current abilities." Orlando placed one hand on his chest and bowed gracefully. "No problem, my friend. I'm happy to help you at any time." Saying this, he took out a large number of gems that flickered with a strange luster and scattered them in the air. He then quickly chanted an incantation, his 10 fingers moving up and down nimbly. He was so fast that only afterimages could be seen. This was the first time Andre had seen a half-elf cast a spell so seriously. From the complexity of his hand gestures and the length of his incantation, it was at least a rank 8 arcane spell. In just a few seconds, a shocking amount of magic energy began to gather around Orlando. All the gems in the air seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force. Not only did they not fall, but they flew in the opposite direction before disappearing without a trace. After all, those gems were worth tens of thousands of gold coins, yet they were all used up in a single spell. Less than 5 seconds after the gems disappeared, a deep and powerful voice suddenly sounded from the ceiling, "Speak your wish." The half-elf, who had been waiting for a long time, pointed at the lustful demon curled up on the ground and said, "Send this demon's seed of resurrection to me, then completely cut off her relationship with hell. Immediately, immediately, as you wish." As the deep and powerful voice sounded once more, a pink embryo suddenly appeared in Orlando's hand. Before he could react, the lustful demon suddenly jumped up from the ground and let out a pained howl. She seemed to have gone crazy and kept rolling on the ground. Even if she was bruised all over, she had no intention of stopping. However, her howls did not last for long. After a short 2 to 3 minutes, the lustful demon slowly stopped and panted heavily. An inverted triangle mark had appeared on her forehead at some point in time. Andre had once read in a book that it represented betrayal. All demons that left hell would be marked with this mark. When other demons saw it in the future, they would immediately launch a frenzied attack until they were killed. Orlando did not care about the lustful demon's eyes filled with hatred. He stepped forward and gently stroked the mark with his finger. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Now, you won't be able to return to hell. Be good and eat this seed. That way, you'll be complete. As he spoke, he placed the pink embryo in his hand in front of the lustful demon. There was no hesitation. He also did not try to bargain. The lustful demon was extremely stubborn. She swallowed the only thing that could resurrect her in one gulp and even opened her mouth wide for Orlando to inspect. She was not an idiot. She knew that in the face of absolute power, all resistance was futile. As the saying went, life was like rape. Since she could not resist, then she might as well lie down in a more comfortable position and enjoy it. After confirming that the seed had been digested, Orlando took out a yellowed parchment from his waist pouch and handed it to Andre. I think my mission is complete. The rest is up to you. A contract shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? I still have a lot of things to do, so I'll be taking my leave first. Remember, the teleportation gate to leave this place is in the first room at the end of the right. Having said that, he walked towards the teleportation gate without looking back. After watching the half-elf leave, a chilling smile appeared on Andre's face. He waved the parchment filled with magic in his hand and said to the beautiful succubus on the ground, "Demon, we're going to talk about the contract. You better not have any hopes of getting away with it, because what you're going to see next will be the most shameless and bottomless contract in the world." Chapter 9:11. An hour later, a refreshed Andre passed through the portal and appeared in his room out of thin air. Behind him was a woman in tight black clothes, her eyes filled with despair. It was obvious that this female warrior was a lustful demon who had signed a contract. She simply couldn't believe that a human was able to use the laws and terms so skillfully to restrict her. She was just short of reporting to the authorities when she farted. What was even more frightening was that at the end of the contract, there was a clause that was enough to make her collapse. It stated that Andre had the final right to interpret the terms, and he could delete any omissions at any time. Demons were the most outstanding contract masters in the entire universe, and they often played tricks when signing contracts with mortals. For example, they could distort the meaning of certain words and make the entire sentence different from its original meaning. Another example was to leave a loophole in the contract. If a person wanted endless wealth, then the demons would use a large box of treasures to smash the person to death. Then, not only could they take away the person's soul, but the remaining wealth would also return to the hands of the demons. Even so, the demons weren't so shameless as to add such a clause at the end of the contract. From this, it could be seen that in terms of moral integrity, they were no match for the merchants of Earth. At the very least, they hadn't signed a contract that had the final right to interpret the terms of a contract. Andre glanced at the translucent nightgown that Chloe had casually tossed on the bed. He couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He took off the ring that represented his noble status and passed it to the lustful demon behind him. "Here, take it and attend the Alliance's meeting on my behalf. From now on, you'll be my spokesperson here. I believe that as a demon, you're no stranger to politics and exchange of benefits. However, please remember that I don't need you to secretly invade other people's forces, nor do I need you to completely control them. I only need you to ensure that the entire organization is always in a healthy state of development. Also, it's best that you give yourself a fake name. I don't want to call you by your true demon name. That's 20 words long every time." The lustful demons were born with a morbid desire for power. When they heard that they could obtain power immediately, they quickly knelt on one knee and took the seal ring with both hands. They replied in a seductive voice, "Don't worry, my cruel and cunning master. As long as I'm alive, this alliance will always be at your feet. As for the human name, Kate Winston." "Very good, Kate. I hope you won't let me down. As long as you can fulfill your promise, Then I will give you a corresponding reward, such as activating the Warlock's power in your body. Even though you'll never be able to evolve in terms of appearance due to your betrayal of hell, you can still develop the magic power flowing in your blood. I believe that you won't refuse, right? As he spoke, Andre's left eye suddenly shot out a strong beam of light, shining on the triangular mark on the lustful demon's forehead. The lustful demon, who had just given herself a human name, suddenly felt the blood flow in her body accelerate. Her strong heart thumped rapidly, and after a few seconds, she felt an uncontrollable flow of mana from her body, slowly forming a strange pattern. However, this pattern didn't last for long, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As a devil with a strong sense for magic, she quickly discovered that there were 4 rank 0 and 2 rank 1 arcane spell models in her mind. In order to confirm this, she immediately stood up and started chanting in a low voice. Soon, a formless force field appeared around her body. It was the rank 1 arcane spell, Mage's Armor. I'm already a rank 1 warlock? Kate looked at her own hands, her face revealing an expression of disbelief. Andre smiled playfully and nodded, "Of course. I've activated the warlock's potential hidden in your bloodline. From today onwards, you're a rank 5 warrior and a rank 1 warlock. You're much stronger than an ordinary lustful demon, and you'll only become stronger in the future. Go back to work. I need to rest for a while." "As you wish, my omnipotent master." Kate bowed deeply, and then used the time she took to turn around to change into a gorgeous and sexy purple dress. She then walked elegantly into the corridor. For her, changing her appearance and clothes was as easy as eating and drinking. After watching the lustful demon leave the room, Andre immediately asked impatiently, "Amos, how much experience does it take to activate someone's warlock's talent?" "Apologies, Master, I can't be sure. According to the level of the talent and the density of the bloodline, activating the warlock's ability of a purebred demon, devil, or celestial being requires about 10,000 experience points. As for half-blooded tieflings, and so on, conservatively speaking, it'll take about 2 times as much, which is about 20,000 experience points. Damn it, it actually costs so much." Andre subconsciously frowned. After all, when he first learned that the Arcane Eye had such an ability, he had planned to secretly create a troop of warlocks. But now, it seemed that the price was too high. After all, most humans who could awaken their warlock's bloodline had already become very thin. Activating it once would probably cost 60 to 70,000 experience points. "Yes, Master, I don't recommend that you use this ability on a large scale. First of all, it's not economical, and second, it can't guarantee loyalty. It's better to use it to create some magic statues or puppets," Amos, who had detected his master's thoughts, suggested. Andre sighed helplessly. "All right. It seems that I'll have to think of another way to raise a large number of spellcasters. Now, help me find all the recorded rank 6 spells. I'm going to start learning new arcane spells." Yes, according to the database, there are a total of 8 recorded rank 6 spells. They are Repel, Anti-Magic Field, Magic Nullification Barrier, Advanced Dispel, Group Suggestion, Trigger, Group Bull Strength, Summon Undead. Amos meticulously listed out all the spells that could be learned. Most of them were defensive spells, most of which came from Gerald's spellbooks. The rest came from Necromancer, Ulysses' collection. In this day and age where magic was on the decline, 8 rank 6 spells were enough to start a local war. Even the Linton City Mage Association didn't have that many, which showed how precious they were. Chapter 9:12. After a few seconds of hesitation, Andre ordered, "Start constructing the model of trigger spell in my retina." "Yes, constructing the model of trigger spell," constructing the model with your intelligence and learning speed. It is estimated that you can finish it in 8 to 12 hours. Along with Amos's metallic voice, a huge and complicated magic pattern began to appear in front of Andre's eyes. In just a few minutes, he was completely absorbed in it and gradually forgot about the passage of time. After a long time, when he finally copied the model of trigger spell into the magic book, the sun outside had long disappeared and was replaced by a sky full of stars. Learning magic was undoubtedly something that consumed a lot of energy and stamina. Therefore, after leaving the state of concentration, Andre immediately felt a wave of tiredness and sleepiness. Just as he was about to go to bed to rest, he suddenly discovered a woman sitting on a chair in the room. She was none other than Chloe's aunt, Countess Anastasia. Seeing the surprise in Andre's eyes, the mature lady stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Good evening. I know you must be wondering why I'm looking for you in the middle of the night. The reason is simple. Too many things have happened in the past few days. I think it's necessary for us to have a good talk when no one is around. What do you think?" "Of course, madam. With our relationship, there's nothing that we can't talk about. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Andre closed the magic book and raised his arm to make an inviting gesture. He noticed that Chloe did not seem to come back tonight. Needless to say, she must have been sent away. Anastasia hesitated for a second and then asked, "Tell me, Andre, do you want to be the king?" "King? Why do you have this kind of illusion? Am I doing something like a certain king in a bard's story?" Andre rubbed his dry eyes and spread out his hands with a bitter smile. Hearing this answer, the lady was instantly relieved. She explained with a smile, "No, I just feel that the way you draw the nobles to your side is a bit unusual. It seems that you want to tie them all together and finally form a complete community of interests." Andre did not intend to hide his intention at all. He sat down on the chair and said softly, "Actually, you're right. I do want to tie these conservative nobles together through interests and even slowly develop them into a country. However, this does not mean that I want to be the king. At least, I don't plan to do so for now. At this stage, my main focus is to learn all kinds of knowledge. I even go to every corner of the continent to increase my knowledge and search for the lost relics. I can't stay in one place all the time. At the latest, I will leave for the north to find my own destiny. Moreover, the trade alliance that I founded needs time to develop and settle down. It will take at least a decade or more before it can truly become the hegemon of the South. There's no need to think too much about it in the meantime. I know what you're worried about, but don't worry. I'm not an idiot who doesn't know his own limits. Before the Union grows stronger, I won't let anyone feel threatened. As for the plan to destroy Bakarov City, it's only to announce to everyone in the South that the Flaming Duke is back. Anyone who dares to offend him will face devastating revenge. I've never been a charismatic leader, so I can only use destruction and slaughter to let everyone know what my bottom line and rules are. This way, they will know how to get along with me. There's a good saying, it's better to be feared than respected. Most people in the world bullied the weak and feared the strong. So showing a strong side was very beneficial for protecting one's own interests and establishing one's prestige. This was also why countless kings and nobles in Oraire tended to show their cruel side to their people from time to time, such as executing prisoners and whipping servants. They knew that the Church of the Good God preached that the lords loved the people, and the people loved the lords. It was complete nonsense. The love and respect of the commoners was not even worth a single copper coin. Perhaps their love and respect would turn into hatred in the next second due to some rumors. It was better to continue carving fear into the bones of the commoners. As an elite among the nobles, Lady Anastasia undoubtedly understood this. She nodded thoughtfully. I can understand your thoughts. But isn't it a little too much to directly destroy a city? Such an evil move is likely to be viewed with hostility by many churches. It's a huge political risk. My lady, no matter what you do, you have to take risks. Besides, I don't plan to kill everyone in Bakarov City. I just want them to move to a new place to live. And that doesn't cross the bottom line of the Church of the Good God. You have to understand that this battle is very important to us. Only by plundering enough resources and people from the enemy can the Union walk the path of rapid development. This is especially true for shipbuilding, which requires enough craftsmen. Otherwise, it will take at least 3 to 5 years to equip a terrifying fleet. I'm a person who doesn't like to wait for a long time, so the only way is to water it with the blood of the enemy. In this regard, please help me convince all the members. After all, every one of them will be the beneficiary of this operation. After saying that, Andrei forced himself to stay alert and raised his head to look into the other party's eyes. He understood the meaning of Anastasia's late-night visit. It meant that she wasn't the one asking the question, but the other nobles in the Union. They seemed to be a little worried about the chain reaction after Bakarov City was destroyed. However, they simply didn't know that the entire southern region had long been filled with undercurrents. Loretta Boton's forces had secretly infiltrated who knows how many city-states. It wouldn't be long before he personally pulled open the curtain of turmoil. At that time, how would the church have the leisure to care about a port that had turned into ruins? All right, I'll do my best. After all, the nobles haven't acknowledged me as their leader yet. After much consideration, the Countess finally nodded in agreement. Although she didn't quite agree with such an extreme method, she still chose to stand on the same side as Andrei. In the following time, the two discussed the direction of development, the distribution of benefits, and even the issue of marriage and children. It wasn't until more than an hour later that Anastasia left, satisfied. She had gotten the answer she wanted, and her face was full of anticipation for the future. Chapter 9:13. Andrei could finally calm down and learn new spells after the last of the enemies on the Sardinia Islands had been completely eliminated. He had nothing to worry about after deciding on the general direction. He threw all the administrative matters to Maris, who had just been promoted to mayor, and left the internal strife of the alliance to Kite the lustful demon. Everything proceeded according to the original plan under the full power of these two ambitious women, especially the large docks that were being built near the port. Anyone with a discerning eye knew what that meant. Apart from that, a large number of pirate ships were being modified in the old docks. Primitive weapons like ballistas and catapults were removed and replaced with bronze cannons. Even if all of Valen City's copper, apart from the currency, was gathered together to forge 16 cannons, it was still unable to extinguish the fervor of the captains. In order to obtain enough gunpowder before the start of the war, every smuggler, merchant, and noble had mobilized their own network. In less than a week, they had obtained a large amount of sulfur, saltpeter, white phosphorus, alcohol, and so on from the surrounding areas. As for the charcoal, although it still needed to be purified before it could be used, the quantity was not lacking at all. Andrei directly opened up a room in the basement of the Wizard Tower, forbidding servants or acolytes from entering. All the work was done by the loyal magic statues. They never tired and had boundless strength, so they quickly started producing a steady stream of black gunpowder particles, as well as Molotov cocktails mixed with alcohol and white phosphorus. At the same time, the pirate Queen Grace finally arrived at the waters around Lincoln City after a long and arduous journey. She took advantage of the short period of time when her opponent had yet to react and launched a successful sneak attack at lightning speed. Not only did she plunder a large amount of wealth and craftsmen, she also set fire to the docks and the surrounding warehouses. She then left without giving the Wizard Tower a chance to display its might. of course, as an outstanding naval commander, Grace didn't leave completely after the successful sneak attack. She still led her fleet to patrol the distant seas, and immediately seized any merchant ships that passed by without a word. Relying on the supplies she had stolen, she had successfully sealed off all the routes leading to the outside world from Lincoln City. Whether it was spices, luxurious accessories, food, or cloth, nothing could be transported in. Moreover, President Boris of the Mage Association was not around, so the dukes had no way of mobilizing the mages to retaliate. One had to know that a city like Lincoln City, with a population of around 100,000, would consume an astronomical amount of resources every day. If it weren't for the fact that it was close to the ocean with the current transportation capacity of the continent, there was no way it could support such a large population. In fact, human civilization itself developed along rivers and oceans. Before the railway transportation system was established, it was almost impossible to build a city of more than 50,000 people by relying only on primitive carriages and handcarts for land transportation. In just 3 days, Lincoln City had fallen into unprecedented chaos and panic. The first conflict to erupt was the issue of food. Although there was still a lot of food stored in the city, the merchants took advantage of this opportunity to raise the prices, trying to make 10 or 20 times the profit. The prices of bread, flour, butter, cheese, and meat rose 3 times a day. Many commoners went bankrupt and joined the ranks of beggars. The number of beggars increased by more than 3 times in a very short period of time. The only thing to be thankful for was that small fishing boats could still fish in the coastal waters, slightly relieving the huge pressure in the city. Now, even a fool could see that the pirates' goal was to choke Lincoln City to death, causing this bustling port city to wither, and finally die in civil strife. Helpless, the badly battered Duke Georgie Bridle immediately called for an impromptu meeting to find a solution to the problem. In order to let everyone understand the seriousness of the situation, he directly said, "Everyone, although it's a bit depressing to say this, I still have to inform you that it's best not to count on our fleet. If there were no accidents, they would have been buried in the sea by now. Otherwise, the pirates wouldn't dare to be so arrogant." "What? Our fleet is gone? How is that possible?" Duke Ian Lockett exclaimed as he stood up. As the boss behind the scenes of the largest shipyard in the city, he had invested the most in the fleet. Once all of them were lost, it meant that his strength would be severely damaged, so his reaction was very intense. "Calm down, my friend. Nothing is impossible in this world. Think about it. How long has it been since Mikhail Kerman sent us a message? Combined with the pirates' performance, I believe you will be able to find the answer," Duke Georgie said in a heavy tone as he patted Ian Lockett's shoulder comfortingly. In fact, he had invested a lot in the Navy, but now it was all gone. He could feel the pain. Duke Ian closed his eyes in despair and sat down on the chair like a puppet, not responding for a long time. Alvin sighed helplessly and asked softly, "Then what do you think we should do? Since we have lost our fleet, it means that we can't do anything to the pirates, unless they are idiots enough to come ashore and fight with us." Duke Georgie shook his head and replied, "No, our priority now is not to fight the pirates, but to ensure the supply of food. I believe you have all received the news. The entire Lincoln City is now full of bankrupt civilians. If this continues, I'm afraid we will collapse before the pirates even attack. Food? Where are we going to get food now? The wheat in the manors outside the city is not even ripe yet." Duke Alexander shouted as he slammed the table. "We have to get food, even if we don't have it. Otherwise, do you want to see tens of thousands of people riot in the city?" Duke Georgie shouted back without backing down. Perhaps it was because of the pressure. Their tempers were very irritable, and they were not as mature as they usually were. As the mastermind behind the scene, Loretta Botons, saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly revealing an unnoticeable smile. He quickly said, "Gentlemen, please stop arguing. If you need food urgently, I know who has it." "Who?" the two dukes asked in unison. Loretta smiled, playfully, and replied, "Of course it's our genius potion master, Andre. If I remember correctly, he has been hoarding food since a month or two ago. He also planted a lot of rice in his territory. Calculating the time, it should be just in time for the harvest." Chapter 9:14. "Are you sure?" Duke Georgie clenched his fists nervously. From a certain point of view, this was the last straw that could save his life. He had to hold on to it, no matter what. "Yes, I'm very sure. If you don't believe me, you can visit Steward Abner at the Tuays Valley. I'm sure he'll give you a satisfactory answer." Loretta stood up and bowed, turning to leave the meeting room that was specially prepared for dukes. After watching him disappear into the corridor, Duke Alexander took a deep breath and asked in an unusually serious tone, "My friend, tell me your decision." "That young man called Andre is no longer someone that can be easily manipulated. Be it the conservative nobles or President Boris, they all have great expectations for him. Do you think we have a choice? Let's go. We'll first pay a visit to Anastasia's butler, Borg. If Loreton's information is correct, it's impossible for him to be completely ignorant." Duke Georgie rubbed his swollen head as a helpless, bitter smile appeared on his face. Normally, a mere slave-born steward wouldn't require a duke to personally deal with him. However, anyone with food would be the savior of Linton City. He had no choice but to put down his pride and try to get more food from the steward to stabilize the situation. After all, if chaos broke out in the city, the ones who would suffer the most would undoubtedly be the dukes who stood at the top of the pyramid of power. Thus, no matter what, they had to ensure that there wouldn't be a terrifying riot. Leaving the dazed Ian Lockett behind, the remaining two dukes quickly left the meeting room hand in hand. Under the protection of several knights, they got into a carriage and drove to Countess Anastasia's residence. Due to the soaring price of food, a large number of destitute commoners had rushed to the streets to beg for food. The law and order in the city had dropped to freezing point. Even if the city guards stepped up patrols on the streets, it couldn't prevent the situation from worsening. Especially in the dark corners, pedestrians could often be seen being extorted and robbed. It was only a short journey of a few kilometers, but the two dukes already felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. This was because Linton City was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and their family just happened to be sitting at the mouth of the volcano. This chaotic situation only eased slightly when they entered the noble district. When they arrived at the Duchess's mansion, Duke Georgie first asked a servant to deliver a letter of greeting according to etiquette. Not long after, the old butler Borg opened the door and bowed deeply in front of the door. "Welcome, Honorable Duke Georgie and Duke Alexander. I'm really sorry, because the Countess just went out to sea not long ago. She can't personally entertain the two of you today. Please forgive her." "It's all right. I know where Anasta West went. I'm not here to visit her, but to ask you something." Duke Georgie went straight to the point. He was so anxious that he was no longer in the mood to be polite. He only wanted to get food as soon as possible and stabilize the price of food first. Hearing the other party's frown, the old butler instantly understood what was going on. He hurriedly made an inviting gesture. "Then, please follow me." Under his guidance, the group quickly passed through the garden and entered the living room of the mansion. After the servants served snacks and drinks, Borg waved his hand and motioned for everyone to leave. Not long after, he and the other two dukes were the only ones left in the living room. Seeing that the irrelevant people had left, Alexander couldn't wait to ask, "I heard that Andre has a lot of food. Is that true?" "Haha, who did you hear that from?" Borg asked with a smile as he skillfully poured mint water brewed, with flower petals and honey for the guests. In fact, Andre wasn't the only one who had a lot of food. Even Anastawest's warehouse was filled with food transported from the surrounding areas. Most of it was exchanged with salt. She was waiting to make a fortune from the chaos in the city and increase her reputation at the same time. The old butler didn't answer the other party's question directly because he wanted to take the initiative in bargaining later. This was quite common in the circle of nobles. All right, Borg, don't beat around the bush with us. Just tell us how much food you can provide. As long as the price isn't too outrageous, we won't bargain. I believe that your mistress wouldn't want to see this beautiful city destroyed in a day, right? Duke Georgie saw through these little tricks at a glance. At the same time, he also confirmed that Andre's territory definitely had a lot of resources that he urgently needed. He wasn't an idiot. He knew that it was time to bleed. If necessary, he was even willing to use the wealth accumulated over generations. After all, power and land were always more important than money. Every noble understood this principle. Seeing the determined look in the other party's eyes, the old butler shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, Honorable Duke. The Countess and Sir Andre do have a lot of food, but do you think we can buy food with just gold coins in the current situation? Obviously, they couldn't. This also means that you have to pay some other price in exchange for this batch of life-saving food. Alexander frowned subconsciously. Other than money, what else do you want? Don't misunderstand. It's not what I want, but what Sir Andre wants. As I said, don't worry. I have a piece of news that just came from Tue's Valley. Why don't you take a look first? Saying that, Borg took out a piece of parchment and placed it on the table. He then smiled and sipped his drink in silence. With just a glance, Duke Georgie's bitter and hateful face was instantly filled with joy. Even his breathing became hurried. However, he quickly suppressed his excitement and pondered for a few seconds. He then raised his head and asked, "Is the data on this real? Tue's Valley can provide food for the entire Lincoln City for 3 months?" The old butler nodded reservedly. Of course. Steward Abner is a very serious person. If he gives a guarantee, then it definitely won't be wrong. Hearing this, Duke Georgie instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He praised loudly. Very good. Very good. You've been a great help this time. I'll remember this kindness. Now, tell me, what does Andre want? It's very simple. Sir Andre wants to deal with some of his enemies after he returns. He hopes to receive your support. I have a list of names here. Please take a look. With that, Borg took out another piece of parchment. There were many names recorded on it. At the top of the list was the Blood Marquis, the Brest family that the Kyrgyz belonged to. Chapter 9:15. Standing on the balcony of the highest room in the castle, Andre looked down at the increasingly prosperous Valen city, especially the parts of the lower city that had been built from a mess of broken ships. It looked much more refreshing, and the smelly garbage in the river had been cleaned up. The river water was so clear that it was almost drinkable. Everything in this city was changing according to his will. Perhaps the reason why countless people crazily pursued power was because they wanted to taste the sense of accomplishment of turning their dreams into reality. After a few days of continuous study, he'd already finished learning a few level 6 spells, and even found some time to research the process of transforming humans into vampires. However, he still hadn't gone to see Portia, who'd turned into a rabbit. That was because he still hadn't figured out what kind of attitude he should use to face this former friend of his. He also didn't know if this halfling thief would go completely crazy after seeing Gills. After all, hatred was a very powerful motivator, but at the same time, it was a double-edged sword that hurt others and hurt oneself. Wise people stayed away from it, while persistent people longed for it. You would never know what kind of outrageous things a person with a head full of resentment could do when they saw their enemy. Just as Andre was deep in thought, he suddenly sensed the magical energy in the air gathering behind him. He turned around and glanced, just in time to see Orlando step through the teleportation door and appear in the room. This half-elven great mage appeared very casual, unceremoniously grabbing the fruit on the table and stuffing it into his mouth. As he ate, he teased, "Wow, you've been living quite well recently. A comfortable room, delicious food, and a young, beautiful, and considerate fiancé. In comparison, I'm much more miserable. Not only do I have to help you deal with those troublesome cards, but I also have to prepare for the dangers that may appear in the upcoming exploration. How is it? The taste of power isn't bad, right? Back then, I was obsessed with it for a while. I even secretly took control of a kingdom and changed everything according to my will. However, it didn't take long for me to get tired of it, especially those endless government affairs. It was simply maddening. You came here today to complain about how life hasn't been going your way." Andre unceremoniously raised his eyebrows and mocked. At this moment, he finally discovered that this great mage who was half a step into the legendary realm was actually a chatterbox. Ever since the two of them had become familiar with each other, this fellow had been chattering away like an annoying parrot whenever he had the chance. He almost could not believe it. They were both powerful spellcasters, but why were their personalities so different? Just look at the undying king, Absalom Blackburn. How arrogant and cold was he. Just his existence alone was enough to give people a huge sense of threat and pressure. However, the half-elf in front of him was like a person who loved comfort and hated work. He did not have the aura and demeanor that a legendary mage should have. Orlando didn't care what others thought of him at all. He shrugged and said, "No, of course not. I'm here to give you the card, and also to inform you that I've made some progress on the technique to control brain hormones. I believe that it won't be long before I successfully develop 1 or 2 new arcana techniques." After saying that, he took out a stack of processed wizard cards from his pocket. Under the sunlight, each card emitted a faint halo. Andre did not intend to be courteous at all. He directly took his reward in his hand and felt the powerful mana flowing within. He quickly nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. Our deal is now complete. If I have any new ideas in the future, I'll inform you immediately." "Hee, thank you so much. You're like a living treasure trove now, filled with countless treasures waiting to be discovered. I hope that one day in the future, I can join hands with you and explore the path that no one has taken before." With that, a trace of anticipation appeared in the half-elf's eyes. Andre smiled faintly and shook his head. "Perhaps. Who knows what will happen in the future? But don't worry. If there really is a day when I need a partner, I promise that you will be my first choice. Also, I have a small question about the undead creatures that I'd like to ask you." "Oh, what is it? Please ask." Although he did not get the affirmative answer he desired, Orlando was not discouraged at all. He believed that as long as he maintained the current close cooperation, sooner or later, he would be able to move the other party. "It's very simple. Do you know of any way to turn a vampire back into a normal person?" Andre asked softly as he fiddled with the card in his hand. Turn a vampire back into a normal person? The half-elf frowned and pondered for a few seconds. Then he shook his head. "Sorry, as far as I know, no. This is because turning a living person into an undead is an irreversible process of life transformation. If you want the half-elf to return to normal, the only way is to completely destroy her and then use the wishing spell to resurrect her. But I don't recommend you to do this because at the moment of a vampire's death, there is a certain chance that the soul will be destroyed. This means that the vampire will never be able to be resurrected." Andre pondered for a moment, then sighed slightly. "All right, I think I understand. By the way, when do you plan to explore the mysterious area at the bottom of the sea?" Orlando hesitated for a moment, then quickly replied, "I still need 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, I will personally go and test it out. If I confirm that there is no danger, I will inform you." "No problem. I will wait for your notification. But please hurry. In half a month, I will lead the fleet out to destroy a city. I will use destruction and death to tell the world what will happen if they anger me." As he said this, a cold smile appeared on Andrei's face. He could not wait to see the scene of Bakarov City in flames. "Ha ha ha ha. Please allow me to wish you all the best, Your Excellency, Flaming Duke." After saying that, Orlando bowed exaggeratedly, and then quickly cast a teleportation spell, disappearing without a trace. After watching the half-elf mage leave, Andrei was not in a hurry to summon the character on the card. Instead, he sighed slightly and returned to the central control room of the wizard tower. He looked at the rabbit that had been locked in a glass jar for many days and smiled wryly as he muttered to himself, "You have to face what you have to face. I hope you can be more rational this time, my friend." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the lid and placed this dangerous little creature on the table. He quickly chanted an incantation and cast a rank 3 arcane spell, Dispel Magic. Instantly, the cute rabbit's body moved quickly, and in a few seconds, it had completely returned to Portia's original appearance. Chapter 9:16. As soon as her feet touched the ground, the nimble halfling immediately leapt forward, brandishing her sharp nails to launch an attack. As a vampire spawn, the negative energy produced by her hands alone was enough to pose a great threat to her enemies. However, Andrei was clearly prepared. He raised his hand and cast an undead body immobilization with extreme speed, directly immobilizing her on the spot. She couldn't move at all and couldn't even blink. Looking at Portia's eyes that caused her rationality to fall into madness, he shook his head helplessly. He immediately took out the mini-cage that imprisoned the vampire and ordered, "Release the mental control on her. Immediately. Immediately." "Ha ha ha ha. Do you think I'll still be afraid of you in my current state? No. I want you to watch this halfling fall into the abyss with your own eyes. The only thing you can do is to kill her with your own hands. Suffer. Despair. Ha 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 ha." After continuously basking in the sun for several days, Gills, who was extremely weak, let out a sinister roar. As a direct descendant of a vampire duke, he had never suffered such cruel torture in his life, especially the terrifying positive energy produced after the sun rose every day. It was simply a vampire's nightmare. There were many times when he lost his rationality under the intense burning and was almost burnt to ashes. Thus, the hatred in his heart had long since broken through the sky. How could he obediently obey? However, it was a pity that Gills didn't see the slightest bit of negative emotion in Andrei's eyes. The latter merely raised the corner of his mouth in disdain and sneered sarcastically, "Very well, it seems like you haven't learned your lesson. No matter, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." "Ways? What ways do you have to make me willingly release a descendant? Stop dreaming. Such a situation will never happen." The vampire retorted without showing any signs of weakness. Ever since he knew that he was destined to die, he had completely let go of everything and focused on seeking revenge. To be more precise, he was seeking death. He could no longer endure at least an hour of sunbathing every day. "Fool, you're a mage to not know that there's an arcane spell called Command Necromancy in the necromancy magic. Unfortunately, I know this spell, and I even memorized it today." As Andrei spoke, he took out the spell book that he carried with him. He flipped to the page that recorded "Commanding the Undead" and gently waved it in front of the man's eyes. Seeing the complicated spell structure on the page, Gills immediately shouted frantically, "No, no, no, this can't be real. You can't control me. No." Andre put away the book and smiled meaningfully. I'm sorry, but I can." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately began to chant an incantation at an extremely fast speed. Along with the syllables full of magic power reverberating in the air, Gills began to gradually feel an incomparably tyrannical power descending from the sky and entering his body. He couldn't speak, unable to do anything. He couldn't even control his body. At the moment when the spell was completed, Gills trembled violently and lost the control of his body and consciousness in a short time. "I command you to release Portia immediately." Andre gave the order without any trace of politeness. Although vampires were immune to most mind control, they couldn't get rid of the weakness of undead creatures. And that was that they couldn't resist magic that targeted the undead. I declare, release your soul." Although Gills desperately tried to resist the arcane power, he still spoke words that went against his will in the end. In an instant, a soul fragment emerged from his body and entered the body of the halfling. Soon, the madness in Portia's eyes disappeared, and she finally regained consciousness, although she couldn't express her emotions for the time being. Andre didn't say anything else and directly removed the immobilization of the undead creature. He smiled and greeted, "Good afternoon, my friend. How does it feel to be free of control?" How did you do it?" Portia obviously didn't notice the mini cage on the table. She stared at her hands in astonishment, an expression of disbelief appearing on her face. This was the first time she felt that her soul was complete after being forcefully turned into a vampire and was no longer under anyone's control. "It's very simple. I captured your evil master." Saying that, Andre softly chanted an incantation. The mini cage immediately opened, and the prisoner inside was thrown out. Gil's body rapidly grew in size as he flew. When his feet touched the ground, he had returned to his normal size. Although he wanted to immediately turn into a gaseous state and escape, he was affected by the undead command. He needed permission to even move a finger at this moment. "It's him." After seeing the prisoner's appearance clearly, Portia's eyes instantly shot out hatred and madness. She immediately wanted to tear him to pieces. However, Andre grabbed her hand and stopped her. "Don't be impulsive, and don't let hatred blind your eyes. He is now my prisoner. You can take revenge whenever you want, but before that, you have to think clearly about your future." "Future? Do you think I still have a future?" Portia asked with gritted teeth. Andre nodded seriously. "Of course, why not? You've only been turned into a vampire, not a spirit without a physical body. You have to find a reason for living for yourself, or you'll quickly sink under the corrosion of negative energy." All right, if everyone has to live for a reason, then the reason I live for is revenge. I'll make this vampire and his family pay the price in blood and death. Portia seemed to have gone mad when she said this. She couldn't stop laughing maniacally as negative energy gathered like never before. Without a doubt, her bloody oath had won the favor of some mysterious power. Perhaps it was a god, or perhaps it was a demon. All right, since you've chosen the path of revenge, I won't say much. Gills is yours. It doesn't matter if you want to pull out his tendons and skin him alive, or chop him into pieces. However, please remember that the Zempni family's power is beyond imagination. You'd better come up with a feasible plan, or you won't even be able to enter the gates of the Night Song Castle. Having said that, Andre lightly patted the halfling's shoulder and turned to leave the room. He stood by the door and waited silently. He was very clear that Portia, who had accumulated so much pain, needed to vent, and Gills was the best target. As for the rest, it would be better to wait until she was done venting. Chapter 9:17. A philosopher once said, "Life is a painful journey." Poverty, hunger, injury, failure, parting, setbacks, all sorts of unpleasant experiences troubled everyone, and they could only feel a moment of peace right before death. Perhaps this statement was too negative, but there was one thing that wasn't wrong. Before productivity had developed to a certain extent, the lives of ordinary people were completely devoid of joy. This was also why they would desperately pursue faith and pursue the illusory world after death. Only when a person was disappointed in reality, without any joy, and without a goal to pursue, and without understanding the meaning of their existence, would they want to borrow the power of the gods to fill the emptiness in their spirit and body. More seriously, they would even develop an intense world weariness and take the initiative to embrace death. It was obvious that Portia had such tendencies. That was why Andre would rather she be filled with hatred than let her be disappointed in this world. Standing in the corridor outside the door, Andre quietly listened to the screams, wails, and pleas from the room. His cold face was devoid of any expression. He had already seen too many deaths in this unfamiliar world, and similarly, he had seen countless serfs and beggars who did not have enough food to fill their stomachs and clothes to cover their bodies. His heart had long become numb and cold-blooded. Furthermore, Gilles, who was screaming miserably, definitely deserved his punishment and did not deserve any sympathy. It had to be said that the abnormal recovery ability of vampires had finally become a burden. After all, when abusing ordinary people, the abuser would need to formulate a scientific plan that would not lead to sudden death based on each person's physique and endurance. However, vampires did not need to think about this at all. As long as they did not pierce their heads and hearts with wooden stakes or completely expose them to the sun, they would not have to worry about death, no matter how they were tortured. The venting lasted for an entire hour. When Portia pushed open the door and walked out, covered in blood, Andre saw the bloodiest, most violent, and most savage scene he had ever seen in his life. If not for the fact that his stomach had long since digested everything, he would have vomited. All the skin on Gil's body, including his fingers, toes, scalp, face, and even his foreskin, had been peeled off alive. His entire body was dripping with blood, his muscles and fat completely exposed to the air. Some places were even severely burned by strong acid. If you think that's all there is to it, you're sorely mistaken. Every fingernail on his fingers and toes had been pulled out. His ears, lips, tongue, and eyelids had been cut off and placed on the table. His blood-stained teeth were carelessly discarded on the ground, and his sensitive gums were pierced with nails. Other than that, the body from the neck down to the stomach was dissected. His ribs, heart, intestines, liver, gallbladder, and other organs were destroyed on a large scale. His shoulder blades and feet were nailed to the wall with wooden stakes, completely eliminating any possibility of escape. Perhaps it was because she saw that Andre's expression wasn't too good. Portia hurriedly wiped the blood off her face and hands. She explained softly, "He's still alive. I didn't kill him." "I know you didn't kill him, but in this state, how is he any different from being dead?" As he spoke, Andre moved his gaze away from the tragic scene in the room. He decided that he wouldn't take a single step into the room before cleaning it up. Otherwise, just the pungent smell of blood would be enough to make an ordinary person vomit out the last bit of food in their stomach. Portia stood silently on the spot, as if she couldn't be bothered to retort. After all, she had already become the evil vampire in the bard's stories, so she didn't care what others thought of her. Andre sighed helplessly and asked softly, "Tell me, what plans do you have for the future?" "I plan to go to the north, to the Night Song Fortress, and join this famous vampire family. I'll destroy and disintegrate them from the inside, and make the Zempni family disappear from this world forever." Portia licked the blood off her lips and replied with a sinister expression. "Taking revenge on a large vampire family isn't an easy task. Are you sure you're prepared? Andre was trying his best, hoping to pull this unfortunate halfling out of the abyss. Unfortunately, Portia had already made up her mind. She glared at the half-dead Gills with her scarlet eyes and said, "Of course! I can use the name of his descendant to infiltrate the enemy's ranks and slowly build my own forces through assassination, threats, and bribery. When the time is right, I'll make this family disappear completely in one fell swoop. After all, I have an almost unlimited lifespan and time to slowly complete this revenge. Isn't that right? All right, this is the path you've chosen, and I have no right to interfere. But as a friend, I'll give you 2 magical items before I leave. I hope they'll come in handy in the future." With that, Andre took out a pure black cloak from his multidimensional bag, as well as a magic revolver and a bag of bullets that he had spent a large sum of money to make. He pointed at the cloak and the revolver and introduced, "This cloak is woven with special threads and imbued with a large amount of shadow energy. It can block out most of the light. It allows you to walk under the sun without being destroyed. Although you'll still have to endure immense pain, at least you won't have to worry about being burned to death. As for this thing called a revolver, it's the product of one of my experiments. It can shoot bullets faster than the speed of sound. As long as you pull the trigger, it can penetrate most armor and shields in an instant. There are many enchanted bullets here, especially positive bullets, which can cause great damage to vampires. I believe you'll come in handy in the future." Portia didn't decline and directly took the cloak and put it on. At the same time, she fiddled with the revolver. After understanding how it worked, she quickly put it on her waist, took a deep breath, and took 2 steps forward to give Andre a hug. Thank you. Old Bernie is dead. God has also left me. You're now my last friend. Live well, and I hope we'll meet again in the future. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't accompany you on this adventure." After saying this, she turned into a bat and flew toward the portal in the direction of the exit without looking back. Watching the hate-filled halfling disappear at the end of the corridor, Andre stood in the same place for a few minutes in melancholy. He immediately ordered the golem to grab Gills, who was nailed to the wall by a wooden stake, and cast a teleportation spell to leave the underground mage tower. Before killing this guy, he still had one more thing to do, and that was to subdue the rat man, Ken Coppet,